Good morning and a very warm welcome to Museum Folkwang and our two-day conference, New Landscapes, NFTs and the Museum on the occasion of Rafaël Rosendaal's exhibition, Color Code Communication. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's opening here at the museum, an after-show party, and saved some energy for a fully packed two-day program of discussions, talks, and lectures. My name is Gorschlüter. I'm the director of the Museum Folkwang. And I'm thrilled about the setup and the lineup of speakers and contributors, artists, curators, academics, who will share their contributions over the course of the next 2 days. And I'm also very excited about the audience, both here on site at the Museum Folkwang and online, following this conference. Many of you working in the field of digital art and museums. And please use the time to exchange your ideas, your questions, also during the breaks and evening sessions. I also welcome very much our remote audience from all over the world and following us on our streaming channel. And please do use the chat function to contribute to the conference here, and we'll make it possible to get you into the conversations. I would like to thank our supporters of the conference, the Alfred und Claire Pott Stiftung and the Folkwang Museum Verein, as well as the supporters of our exhibition, the Sparkassen-Kulturfonds, der Deutschen Sparkasse- und Giroverband, Sparkasse Essen und die Kulturstiftung der Sparkasse Rheinland. I would like to thank Mondrian Fund and the Kingdom of the Netherlands, but my foremost gratitude goes to you, Rafaël, for this wonderful exhibition, for giving the initiative to have this two-day conference here at Essen in these days, and to Mathilde, Heitmann-Taillefer, and Thomas Selig for co-organizing and conceiving this conference. So, done with the welcoming address. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoy the 2 days, and I hand over to Mathilde Heitmann-Taillefer, who will give you an introduction to what will come. Thank you.
Dear audience, dear remote audience, how wonderful it is to welcome you here today in this number, locally and remotely, despite the strike here in Germany and the opening party after the vernissage in the Goethe-Bunker. It is so great to have you here. I would like to welcome you all very warmly to the conference New Landscapes, NFTs and the Museum. This is the first major symposium on NFTs in a German-speaking art museum that specifically addresses a museum-savvy audience and museum professionals. Previous conferences have focused on aspects of the art market and the hype surrounding NFTs. Now that the hype has died down a bit, it is time to close the academic gaps and focus on relevant questions for art museums. We created this conference to critically discuss new collecting strategies and curatorial concepts for digital arts and NFTs in museums, to analyze the dynamics of DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, and blockchains, and to address generative work in analog and digital space in the museum context. I'm quite sure that I will speak from the heart of many here in the audience when I say that the subjects of NFTs and digital art was quite of a foreign one, and perhaps even caused slight discomfort. Like many of you here, I was brought up with a classical understanding of art, with a classical way of looking at artworks. But even though I used to be only marginally involved with digital art, I still intuitively had a good feeling when an exhibition on Rafaël Rosendaal was discussed in the team. As classically trained art historians, we learn to see objects in space in a certain way. Usually the titles of digital art are also of a different nature. And I must confess that when I first wrote down the title of an artwork in the form of a website, it felt strange. A title in the form of an URL? You don't learn this sort of thing. In fact, the opposite. We learn that it's probably a typo. But the last few months of engagement with digital art have made it a new normality for me. And maybe that's one of the goals of this conference, to think beyond our borders and create a new, very topical but also urgently needed new normality. Perhaps it could even become a new movement in art history, after the new objectivity and the new seeing to the new normality. What do you think? Do you want to go down this path together? Based on the questions I asked myself while preparing the conference, I have structured the conference, which I would now like to go through briefly. What are NFTs? What do NFTs mean for museums? Thoughts on these questions will be shared with us in the first section by Tristan Littlejohn and Philippe Bettinelli. Harm van den Dorpel and Aria Harvey, two renowned artists, will show us their work. What role can NFTs play in the field of provenance research? As a trained provenance researcher, this was perhaps my first approach to NFTs, the tantalizing promise of a forever intact chain of provenance. But do NFTs have a poetic of their own, or are they just a means to an end? What does our notion of time has to do with NFTs? We will be able to discuss all those questions with Annet Dekker, Domenico Quaranta, and Alexander Koch. Simon Denny and Linda Dounia will give us their very own take on it. How will exhibitions be created in the future? How will the work and self-image of curators develop? Will new collecting strategies have to be developed in the long term? What are the legal framework conditions of NFTs? Will this change anything in terms of ownerships and property? Saskia Draxler, Florian Kuhlmann, Marta Visser, and Christiane Paul will give us new anchor points, accompanied by my colleague Thomas Selig, who will lead the third section. How sustainable can NFTs be? What tensions do NFTs create between artists and the art market? How participatory can NFTs be? And what does all this mean for museums? The fourth and final section of the symposium will be led by Ugo Pecorayo, Eric Calderon, and Nina Röers, and moderated by Frank Neidig. Of course, some questions overlap, some will resurface in several places, but it's a way to realize how many open and exciting topics NFTs and digital art holds for the world of art museums. I hope that after the 2 days, we will all leave the conference wiser and more inspired. Now, unfortunately, I need your full attention for a few moments, as I have to get a little bit more complicated. At some moment in the conference, the online and the on-site programs will overlap. While we are having our coffee break here on site this afternoon, the online audience will get a virtual tour of the exhibition Color Code Communication with Rafaël Rosendahl. Later this afternoon, while we have the choice here on site between attending 2 workshops or exploring the collection, the online audience can follow a Q&A session with Rafaël Rosendahl and Jan Borek. After the online Q&A, the online offering will end for today. After the workshops, which take place simultaneously to the online Q&A, we will be guided through the exhibition here on site with Rafaël Rosendahl and Thomas Selig. The day will end with a casual dinner at the museum restaurant Edda, for which you could register in advance for a fee. Briefly about the workshops. The workshop offered by Romy Kampe will be in German. Romy Kampe is an artist and founder of the art magazine Kunstleben Berlin. She knows the issues that galleries, museums, collectors, and artists deal with. Her workshop will focus on sustainable ways of NFTs for the art market and art institutions, smart contracts, and royalties. Tristan Littlejohn's workshop, who you will meet right away as the first speaker of the conference, will be held in English and will focus on how NFTs can empower artists. Both workshops will take place simultaneously between 5:30 and 6:30. Tristan will welcome you in the Hirschlandsaal, right next to the exhibition of Rafaël Rosendahl, and Romy Kamper in the Gartensaal in the middle of the collection. There will only be a maximum of 25 places per workshop, so if you're interested, please sign up on the list on the cloakroom counter right as you walk out of here. The workshops will not be streamed, but will allow direct and intimate access with an expert in a small group on the topic of NFTs. If you didn't get a place in a workshop, don't be sad. The Museum Folkwang's collection is wonderful and open to you. There are also works by Rafaël Rosendahl hiding in the collection. With your ribbons, you have free admission to both the collection and the exhibition. Jan Borek for the online audience, and my colleague Peter Danas and I here for the on-site audience are available to answer all your questions in this regard. The complete program is available for all to see on our website. Since we are not machines, but people of flesh and blood, a very brief note about the lunch and coffee breaks. All dishes are vegetarian, if not vegan. You can get water and coffee throughout the day in the Salon Folkwang. Before the conference really begins, I would like to thank a few people, because this conference came about with the help of the whole team with whom I worked hand in hand. Peter Gorschlüter, thank you very much for getting involved in this topic. Thomas Selig and Rafaël Rosendahl, thank you so much for taking me on your journey and for always being available. The exchange with you was worth its weight in gold. Jan Borek, who today the remote audience gets to see more than the on-site audience, thank you for being so supportive and for being there for the online audience today. Peter Danas, thank you for being there as a backup boy for all cases. Markus Steinebach, Markus Neumann, Julian Meyer and Kevin Schöll and all the others from the technical team, a super big thank you to you, because without you we couldn't do all this. Christine Heim and the Junge Kunstring, thank you for helping out this morning and tomorrow morning. And to all the others who make up the Museum Folkwang team in the broader sense, who look after our physical well-being and make us comfortable, thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the session begins. I will briefly introduce our feast's first speaker, Tristan Littlejohn, and I hope that in 2 days we will all be able to embrace the new normality and work titles in form of website URLs. Tristan Littlejohn is a highly skilled Web3 consultant and strategist with over a decade of combined experience in the tech and Web3 industry. As a dedicated consultant, Tristan has a deep understanding of the evolving trends, opportunities, and challenges in this rapidly changing field.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing today? Welcome to the Museum Folkwang. I'm super excited to be here. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of the colleagues. Thank you for the kind introduction. I very much appreciate it. So I'm here today to talk to you about NFTs and take you beyond the hype of them. So thank you for joining me today. We're here at the Museum Folkwang to explore the future of digital art and culture beyond the hype surrounding NFTs. As mentioned, my name is Tristan Littlejohn. I work in the field of digital transformation, and I focus on the impact of technology in various industries, including art. My journey into the world of digital transformation started when I realized the transformative power of technology in various industries, and this includes art. This realization sparked my passion for finding innovative ways to merge the worlds of technology and art, and it led me to explore the realm of blockchain and later NFTs and the potential that they give us to create, share, and appreciate art. So a significant part of my passion really lies in creating a more equitable landscape for artists. I believe that the fusion of art and technology can lead us and help us to achieve this goal because it empowers artists with new tools and opportunities to showcase their work, connect with audiences, and earn fair compensation. So before NFTs gained widespread recognition, I was involved in a project that focused on ticketing on the blockchain. And this was in about late 2016. As a founder, I aimed to use blockchain technology to kind of revolutionize the event ticketing industry, paving the way for a more transparent system, which also made it more secure, in my opinion. Blockchain technology can benefit event ticketing in several ways, and especially for artists. For instance, it can prevent ticket fraud and counterfeiting by creating unique, tamper-proof digital tickets. It can also facilitate transparent pricing, reducing the impact of ticket scalping, and ensuring that the artists receive fair share of their revenue. This also gives artists control over their ticketing ecosystem. One of the problems that I noticed with scalping is that it doesn't really benefit anybody but the scalpers. So artists will put a ticket on sale, and they want you to pay 50 euros for it, but instead scalpers charge you 500 euros for it. And that discrepancy is really what we tried to aim to solve with the blockchain. And so I think moving on, in 2016, there wasn't really the concept of NFTs just yet, but we can tell already that the core principles of blockchain technology and the potential applications of it would inform us moving forward, and especially with art. And this sets the stage for what we now know as this NFT revolution. So I think it's important to take a step back and understand fungibility and non-fungibility and their implications on our lives. In our everyday lives, we encounter many non-fungible items. These are unique. They can't be directly exchanged for another item of the same type. So I think we should take a moment to dive deeper into how non-fungibility affects various aspects of our lives. So our personal belongings, such as our clothes, our jewelry, these are all non-fungible. These pieces have a specific design, a size, and sentimental value. They might be similar in the market, so I might have the same shirt as you, but that doesn't mean that it's the same. Another example are our relationships or experiences. Each connection we form with another individual is distinct, and it can't be replaced by another person. Our experiences, whether they're traveling or attending a concert or celebrating a milestone, these are all unique and they can't be replicated. When it comes to real estate, each property is unique in terms of location, design, and value. Even two houses built with the same blueprint will have different values depending on various factors such as the neighborhood or any customizations that the owners made. So I think as we start to think about non-fungible tokens or NFTs, it's important to recognize the significant role that non-fungibility plays already in our lives every day. So NFTs have the potential to expand the concept of non-fungibility to encompass digital assets. And this enables us to own, trade, and share unique digital items just as we do with our physical belongings. So I want to briefly take you through the history of NFTs so you can better appreciate like the transformative potential and how they're going to revolutionize many industries. So NFTs have their roots in the concept of digital scarcity. This was initially introduced with the concept of Bitcoin, which was launched in 2009. So this emergence of blockchain technology allowed for creation of scarce digital assets that couldn't be duplicated or counterfeited. In 2012, a project called Color Coins emerged as an early attempt to create unique digital assets on top of the blockchain, on top of the Bitcoin blockchain. This effort laid the groundwork for the development of NFTs, but it had limitations due to the lack of a standardized format. And then if we fast forward to 2015, the Ethereum blockchain was launched. This introduced the concept of smart contracts. This innovation enabled us to standardize the token format and pave the way for the development of NFTs. Which is the standard format for, NFTs are the standard on the Ethereum network. And this is, these contracts are ERC 721, which really focuses on non-fungibility. Then a project called CryptoPunks came out in 2017. This was like one of the first NFT projects that kind of really paved the way to what we see now. This is a project that featured 10,000 unique algorithmically generated pixel art characters. And these are the things that you see online where everybody's changed their face into these like little pixelated things, and they're kind of like little funny characters. And so this paved the way for what we see now, this booming art market. And now we see NFTs kind of encompassing a whole wide range of things, including digital art, virtual real estate, virtual goods and video games, even music. So I think this history demonstrates the rapid progression of digital asset innovation, and this is fueled by the advancements of blockchain technology. And this way we can create our own unique digital items. So as we look forward, I think it's fascinating, really, to imagine how NFTs will continue to evolve and reshape our understanding of digital ownership and value. But despite the transformative potential of NFTs, they do not replace the traditional art world, nor do I think they seek to. Curators, I think, still play a vital role in the art world. They provide a platform for artists to showcase their work and connect them with potential collectors and audiences. NFTs present an exciting new opportunity for curators to engage with audiences in a unique way, providing a new form of experience and value. They can help curators to promote and monetize exhibitions through digital channels, such as online marketplaces and social media. And this gives a new level of accessibility to audiences around the world, where you would traditionally show up at an art museum. Now you can see things online, purchase and interact with your favorite artist. So I think this also offers a new level of empowerment for artists, allowing them to control the distribution and the ownership of their work. This shift in the power dynamic can lead to more equitable relationships between artists and collectors, where artists aren't beholden to traditional gatekeepers and can have a greater say in the distribution and commercialization of their work. Curators, I think, can help this shift by advocating for artists and embracing the potential of NFTs to create more inclusive and equitable spaces in the art world. Now, as we're here as part of the Color Code Communication exhibition, I want to talk a little bit about the artist Rafaël Rosendahl. I think he's made a significant impact on the NFT scene with his thought-provoking digital art pieces. Rafael's work explores the intersection of technology and art, and it often incorporates interactive elements that engage the viewer in new and unexpected ways. One of his most famous pieces, Abstract Browsing, was a Chrome plugin that the user could use, and it would take a website and reformat it and print out tapestries from it, which is really cool. So I think Rosendahl's work is a prime example of how NFTs can enable new forms of creativity and artistic expression. By owning an NFT of Rafael's work, collectors can own a piece of digital art that is unique, authentic, and verifiable. This ownership creates new opportunities for artists to monetize their work and gives them a new revenue stream that previously wasn't available. I think everybody has realized the impact that NFT has had on digital artists, especially as they can now have a direct avenue to the consumer or to their collectors. Platforms like Super Rare and Known Origin help address the issues of curation as well, seeing that it's very hard to figure out which artist is worth what NFT, and so going through these platforms helps you understand like which artists are valuable in their own way. So the NFT ecosystem, let's say, is still in its early stages, but I think artists like Rafaël Rosendahl are already demonstrating the significant potential of this new medium. And so as artists and collectors continue to experience with NFTs, we can see that the new forms of artistic expression emerge, creating a more vibrant and diverse art world for everyone to enjoy. So I think by now, if you're an artist, you must be wondering, how do I get started with NFTs? And so I think the idea of digital ownership seems a bit foreign or maybe even intimidating. but I think it's important to recognize the significant potential that NFTs can offer to artists. To begin exploring the world of NFTs as an artist, it's important to research the market and understand the current trends and demand for digital art. This can involve looking at all of the popular NFT marketplaces. Some of them are OpenSea, Super Rare, or Nifty Gateway, and identify the types of digital art that are selling well. Once you have a sense of the market, it's time when you create your digital art. Many traditional art techniques can translate well to the digital realm, so please don't be afraid to experiment and explore different styles and mediums. You may also want to consider collaborating with other artists or creatives to bring a new perspective to your work. And choosing the right NFT marketplace is also crucial. Consider the platform's reputation, user base, and fee structure, and choose a marketplace that aligns with your values and goals as an artist. When it comes to minting your NFT, which is the process of publishing it to the blockchain, you'll need to understand some of the technical aspects of the blockchain technology and how to create a unique token that represents your work, your digital art. This process involves paying a gas fee, it's like a transaction fee, to complete the transaction, and can require some technical knowledge, but there are tons and tons of resources online that can help guide you through this process. So please don't be afraid. It's really fun to do. And finally, promoting your NFT is really the key to reaching a wide audience and generating interest and sales. You should consider using social media and other online platforms to showcase your work and engage with all of your potential collectors. I've found that the Web3 community mostly is on Twitter, so if you aren't used to tweeting, it's time to start. Overall, getting started with NFTs as a traditional artist requires a willingness to experiment and learn, as well as an open-minded approach to digital art. But by exploring the world of NFTs and embracing new technologies, you can expand your artistic horizons and discover new ways to share and monetize your work. But I would like to kind of switch it up a little bit now, because the rapid growth of the NFT market has raised concerns about the environmental impact of blockchain networks. These networks require substantial energy to operate. According to a report by the Cambridge Center for Alternative Finance, the annual electricity consumption of Bitcoin mining alone is equivalent to that of the entire country of Argentina. That's crazy to think about. But the NFT community is actively working on reducing the environmental impact that blockchain networks have by shifting to more sustainable solutions. Ethereum, which is the most widely used network for NFTs, has transitioned from proof of work to proof of stake, and this significantly reduced their energy consumption, making it a greener alternative for NFT transactions. In addition to this, there are some eco-friendly NFT or blockchains and NFT marketplaces that have emerged, providing a greener option for artists and collectors. These marketplaces and blockchains offset their carbon footprint by investing in renewable energy projects such as wind and solar power. By doing so, they provide a more sustainable way for artists and collectors to participate in the NFT market, reducing the overall environmental impact on the ecosystem. So as the NFT ecosystem continues to evolve, I think it's essential to prioritize sustainable solutions that minimize the environmental impact of blockchain networks. But by working together, we can create a more sustainable and responsible NFT market that benefits artists, collectors, and the planet, because there's no planet B. So I think the future of NFT and art and culture is an exciting prospect. The emergence of NFTs has unlocked a new level of creative freedom and financial empowerment that I think artists haven't seen before. It's allowed artists to sell their work directly to buyers without intermediaries, enabling more equitable relationships between artists and collectors. Furthermore, the authenticity and provenance of digital artworks can now be ensured through blockchain technology. This creates a transparent and secure way to authenticate and transfer ownership of digital artworks, providing a new level of trust between artists and collectors. This also helps in protecting intellectual property rights, which I think has been a major challenge in the traditional art world. So as NFTs continue to gain popularity, it's essential that we develop standards and best practices that ensure the quality of digital artworks and prevent fraud and counterfeiting in the NFT ecosystem. I think here's where curators and collectors play a vital role by providing a platform for artists to showcase their work and creating a system of quality curation that highlights exceptional digital art pieces. I think NFTs have the potential to create a long-term shift in the art world. It's going to transform how we create, how we share, and also how we appreciate art. The intersection of technology and art has really unlocked new forms of creativity and artistic expression. I think this creates a more vibrant and diverse art world for everybody to enjoy, and it brings people in that didn't traditionally have access, which I believe is super important. I think overall the future of NFTs and culture is so full of possibilities. We're going to continue to explore the potential of NFTs. I think we can expect to see new ways and new art forms and new ways of interacting and new opportunities for artists and collectors alike. So this democratizes the art world, the art market, and it removes the barriers that traditional gatekeepers have imposed, making it possible for more people to participate. It's a really, really exciting time for the art world, and I think NFTs and blockchain technology are at the forefront of this transformation. So as we embrace the transformative power of NFTs, I think we have to work together to create more innovative and inclusive and a vibrant art world that benefits everybody participating. I wonder if it's practical to ask some questions, or I wonder if I should kind of wrap it up now. Because I like to, when I speak, I like to get a sense of if everybody understands or if there's any sort of questions that you have. So does anybody have any quick questions? Sure.
Yeah, thank you very much. I had this question when you were saying that there was this transition from proof of work to proof of stake. Can you maybe go a little bit into that so that we understand what's the difference and why is it making such an impact on the sustainability of blockchains?
Of course.
Thank
you.
So
the question was, for those online and for those who didn't hear it, what's the difference between proof of work and proof of stake and sustainability? Proof of work is the traditional method of minting or mining a cryptocurrency. And so these use machines, which are called miners. They're basically chipsets that sit into a machine and they use electricity to verify that the transaction has happened. This was the innovation of blockchain with the Bitcoin blockchain. It solved something called the Byzantine generals problem, which was the problem of double spending. And so using electricity, it verifies that this transaction happened, it attaches on to the next block, and therefore you have a blockchain. And so what Ethereum has done is they said, we want to transition away from this because, as I mentioned, the electricity is the resource that the proof of work uses. We want to transition to a proof of stake, which means that you have users that verify the transactions as opposed to a machine that does the algorithm. So it makes it a lot greener because they're no longer using these mining machines to verify the transactions.
You spoke about a relation of trust. What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate a bit about?
Actually, could you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, the idea of trust, the trust between collector and artist you mentioned.
Sure. So I think when I talk about trust in this context, what we're doing is using a NFT as a consensus mechanism. So you can verify that the piece that you have is authentic, you can verify its provenance, and you can verify that you are the one who owns it. And as you continue to trade or exchange your NFTs, in the form of digital art, you are the one who owns it, and everybody knows that. I think in the traditional art world, if you see a Monet, for example, hanging in Museum Folkwang, you would say, okay, we understand that this is the real Monet, this has been authenticated, we can trust that its provenance is real, that it is what it says it is. And so using NFTs to facilitate that trust with a digital audience, I think is where the trust comes in and why it's so important that we have these mechanisms to use.
Are there other questions?
Great, thank you for your questions, I appreciate it. So, I think in conclusion, I welcome you all to try blockchain technology, whether you're a collector looking for an NFT or an artist looking to make an NFT. I think it's a really, really exciting time to get into it. It's still very, very early days. The NFT and the digital art market, even though that's a bit older, but the NFT market is still very early. And with all of the new and innovative solutions coming out, I think that we are just at the beginning. So I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you a lot, Tristan, for the introduction to this topic. Thank you for talking about themes, topics that we will be talking about this whole symposium, such as more democracy, more sustainability, more equality, and more inclusive.
Yes.
NFTs being more inclusive. If there are no more questions, I'm afraid we have to wait a few minutes until Harm van den Dorpel can join us online. We cannot really change this slot. Harm van den Dorpel wanted to be here on site. Because of the strike, he cannot come. And he will join us at 10:30. I think it's 10:15 in 15 minutes. Yes. Oh,
if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to.
Thank you for the lecture so far. You have nicely described the kind of shortcut between the artists and the consumers and all of us. But the market is much larger than these two partners. We have all the dealers, the trade market. We have the galleries in that game. So, what is happening about their fate? What's the future of the trade in the market?
I think that's a really interesting question, and thank you. It's a very valid question. I do believe curators, gallerists, still play a very crucial role in the dissemination of work to the mass public. I think just the sheer volume of digital art is dizzying for consumers to sort of look at. And so I think you need trusted parties in between. I do think that when you democratize art, there will be some people where their roles will change. And, you know, I think namely middlemen. And so I do know, like, traditionally, you might have to go through an art dealer or something like this to get into a gallery. So I think that by empowering the artist and by supporting them, I think that the role is up to your imagination to how you change and can support the artist. Because at the end of the day, I think it's important when you as a gallerist see something that you like, as a curator or a tastemaker, to kind of forget about your traditional role as a gatekeeper and think about new ways that you can incorporate technology and empower the artist. I hope that doesn't scare you too much. I think with any technology, it's important to remember that the roles can change and will change, but that doesn't mean that they're irrelevant. Yeah.
I just wanted to add something to that answer, and I think the most important thing is to think about what is the function or the role of a curator or a gallerist, because if it's just creating an access to a market, that's obviously you can cut that out if there's a direct access, but if there's another function behind the role, if they do something else, that's something that probably is going to stay. And so it's not just that like one dimension of selling, but a lot of times there are a lot of other things that these people do, for example, help content-wise for the artist to create works, or even if it's like managing different processes in art creation or in creating exhibitions. Like if you don't want to have an exhibition and just sell right away in the market, it's obviously a different thing, but yes.
I absolutely agree, and thank you for that feedback, that addition. It's true. There are a lot of other roles that curators or museums or galleries play in what we see as the final product. So I think it's extremely simple to think that, well, I have this technology and there's going to be nothing else in between. I think there's always going to be a role for like I said, curators, gallerists, museums, as the sort of cultural tastemakers that they are, and to push the work that deserves to rise to the top. But there's the functions of marketing, there's the functions of curation, putting the pieces together in a way that they make sense. So I think it's all, you're absolutely correct. Thank you.
Hello, Tristan. Hi, I'm Thorsten. Thank you very much for your introduction. Just a quick thing I would like to have your thoughts on is tokenization, which is another brilliant aspect of it, but the whole thing about, you said in your introduction, the basics of blockchain is basically a trustless system. Everyone can prove it. You don't need a third party to authenticate. Everyone can check it by him or themselves to check if it's authentic. But with tokenization, meaning tokenize in real life assets like a painting or something else, and you put it as a digital twin on the blockchain, you still need a kind of third party to authenticate it, to prove that this in real life asset exists. What are your thoughts on this? Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question. The concept of digital twins is actually quite interesting, and I do believe you're correct. From the origin of the physical asset to the point where you tokenize it, you absolutely do need a third party to authenticate that it is real. I think tokenization really plays a very important and interesting role when you talk about native digital assets. And I think a lot of things, as I mentioned before, most things in our lives are non-fungible. So I think a lot of things in the future will be tokenized and not have that physical layer. Now, I'm speaking a little bit beyond art that already exists, but I think we can easily imagine a world where we live in a world where, let's say we have the deed to our house. We're going to no longer need a notary republic to say that this house is ours, because that asset can be created digitally, and the ownership, the provenance, everything else that's attached to the ownership of that house will be in this little NFT, right? That when we want to sell it, we can trade it, and so that, you know, changes that role a little bit. I think you'll still need a lawyer to like draft up things maybe, or to draft up the smart contracts so they're valid and legal in our current structures of legality. But you know, it just changes it. So as far as the digital twins, it's an interesting concept, and I've often wondered myself, what is the value of having a token for a physical asset that you then, like, do you then send the physical asset along with the token? Do you know, I've often wondered this as well. It's an interesting thought exercise.
Thank you. Hi, Tristan. Thanks very much for an enlightening introduction. And since we still have a lot of time, I thought to pose a boring question here. Do you have any thoughts about the longevity of the NFT system and NFTs as such in that sense? Because as we know, digital art doesn't really last long. You know, we change computers and everything quite quickly. How does that happen with the NFT?
Thank you for the question. So with digital art, it as itself might not last long, but once you put it on a blockchain, then it theoretically can last forever. So I think the longevity of NFTs is a very interesting concept because we're just at the beginning of it. And if you're talking about in an art context, it gives you more freedom to keep it forever. For instance, I feel like we're moving more towards a digital world. Imagine if you owned 15 paintings and you want to travel. It's kind of impossible to, and still enjoy your art. It's kind of impossible to take those pieces with you and move them physically around with you. Whereas if you have your NFT, it not only lives online in a blockchain where you can verify your ownership and where it comes from, but it's also portable, right? So I think just in that sense, we can start to see the power of it. I think Rafaël's work is a really good example of this because his work lives in a browser, but it can also be projected to a massive screen. And I think if you have a physical piece, you can't really have that freedom and flexibility to do that. So, and I think the answer is, I think it will last forever, actually.
Hi, I just want to add to this notion of longevity and living on the blockchain. And you mentioned that Ethereum is the most popular blockchain for NFT markets. But little do people know that the artwork, the JPEG, is not stored on chain.
You're absolutely correct.
It's somewhere else. You don't know it where it is. So there's a little bit of a lie being told. What do you think about that?
Well, so you're absolutely right, and that gets into way more technicality. So the actual images should be, theoretically, stored on something that's called interplanetary file system, IPFS. This is a piece of technology that takes little pieces of the JPEG and puts it onto this immutable record-keeping system that is then attached to the blockchain as the transaction record. I'm sorry? Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. IPFS is not immutable, but it actually is unchangeable, I believe. Am I incorrect?
There's a new push in the NFT sector currently going on since 2 months, and it's called ordinals. I don't know if you heard about it.
Audience, did you say?
Ordinals.
I can't quite.
Ordinals.
Okay.
It's a new term describing NFTs on the BTC blockchain.
Ordinals, okay, yes. Okay.
It's the evil blockchain that consumes so much energy. And the new thing about it is basically it stores the images on-chain. But as the blockchain, the BTC blockchain is very limited, you can only store very, very small sizes. And even then, it's very, very expensive. But it's becoming very, very popular because of this feature that the JPEG, the data, is actually stored on-chain, and you can call it actually immutable in this case.
Fascinating concept. I haven't really looked into ordinals all that much, but yeah, fascinating concept.
Yes.
It's fine. Okay. No, just my 2 cents about this. Like you can store stuff in a PFS, it's immutable. And if you want to store it forever or for a long time, you can use Filecoin. So there are solutions for that.
Sorry, that's hearsay. You can't describe me why data on the IPFS is immutable. You can't describe it. How can you explain it to me why it's immutable?
Sorry. Yeah. Is this work? Okay. So you were first thing was you were referring to the Bitcoin network and the new technology, kind of technology that NFTs are generated there and stored on chain, which is right. But the Bitcoin blockchain is not Turing complete like the Ethereum network is. So they are not really smart contracts in the original sense. There's not the technology the Ethereum network has, which is Turing complete, which is kind of an IT thing, so to speak. So, and in the beginnings of the Ethereum network, there have been so many projects and so many art that has been stored online, on-chain, completely. So, since the gas prices went up in 2021, and it was quite expensive for projects to store their art on-chain because it was really expensive, they kind of new technology developed or new kind of access to store metadata and JPEGs in a decentralized manner. And this is what Tristan was referring to. It's called IPFS. There are many other services. You can point, you can search, you can find these pictures on these decentralized servers. And so there's exactly a point where you see these pictures and they are stored in a decentralized manner. So they are decentralized servers. And these servers, even if one server is taken down, another server has stored this kind of image. So it is, from my collector's perspective, a very secure way to ensure that these images are stored in a decentralized manner. So it is a solution, and I think it's working. But what I wanted to touch on is, in the beginnings of the Ethereum network, many things, generative art and other things, have really been stored on-chain there. And just because, yeah, you can ask many artists and many specialists who have or created this art in the beginnings, and it's really on-chain, completely on-chain. The metadata is still on-chain, and the JPEGs are on-chain. Okay.
This is an amazing conversation, and I'm glad I could facilitate this interaction. Thank you guys so much for participating. Amazing. But that's going to wrap up our Q&A for right now. Feel free to visit me in my workshop later. I'm happy to answer any questions or catch me anywhere since you're on site. But at the moment, I would really like to introduce Harm van den Dorpel. I'm sorry, my English. We're going to be doing a studio visit with him. Harm will be talking about the different degrees that an NFT can be on or off-chain, and what implications are for the content and future of artworks, illustrated primarily by examples from his own artist practice. Harm is a Dutch Berlin-based artist, his practice focuses on emergent systems and the role technology plays in their development and meaning. So I think online, we should welcome Harm. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, I hope you can hear me. I'm really sad that I can't be there. I was planning to attend the opening last night and be in the symposium, but the Deutsche Bahn thought otherwise. I will be talking about half an hour about my work, and I decided to try to embed my practice into the context of a museum symposium and the museum exhibition by Rafaël. I want to congratulate Rafaël and the museum for the beautifully installed exhibition. As far I've only seen installation views, but it's very impressive. Thank you, Tristan, for the introduction. I'm going to talk about NFTs from an artist-centric perspective. and maybe sometimes a bit provocatively. But artists can do that, I guess. So I want to start with some headlines that we keep on seeing in the media, where each time when there is a new technology invented, like NFTs or AI or the metaverse, then the headlines are like, is this going to replace the old medium? And will it make the old medium redundant? And that's how I want to start. Like, will NFTs replace traditional art? AI and art creators become redundant? Will the metaverse replace the museum? And I think these headlines are often a bit clickbaity and not very subtle. I don't know if everybody recognizes what this is. This is the TR-808, very famous drum machine, invented, I think, very early 80s. And people were like, oh, is this going to replace the drummer? Like, are drummers redundant now? And of course we know that actually something way more interesting happened. Namely, hip-hop music and techno music were basically, well, not entirely invented by this technology, but definitely the drum machines and gave rise to a whole new world of electronic music and genres and subcultures. And if I go even back more in time, when photography was invented, people were saying now painting is obsolete. We don't need painting anymore. And this quote is from Marshall McLuhan. The painter could no longer depict a world that had been photographed. She turned, instead to reveal the inner process of creativity. And I very much agree with that. Because after photography released painting from its task of depicting reality, painting could focus on exploring and exploiting its medium-specific qualities. I have to check, you can see my slides? Yes, okay, great. So, I was thinking in this context about the museum as a technology, and how supposedly from this clickbaity headlines that the museum has become redundant now because we have the metaverse, right? So some people are actually saying this. And this is, I don't even know exactly which exhibition it is, but they often look a bit similar. You have avatars in space and some distorted rectangles in some kind of 3D world that for me often reminds me a bit of Quake or other shoot 'em up games. When in the example of, for example, how photography supposedly replaced painting, when actually this more interesting thing happened, where because painting was relieved from its task of depicting reality, painting could actually start to explore its medium-specific possibilities. And painting evolved into this, well, myriad of new styles, abstraction, abstract expressionism, and all that, because painting could focus on its medium-specific qualities, its possibilities. So I was thinking, if the museum is supposedly made obsolete by this new metaverse, or made obsolete because everybody can put their art online, net art, digital art is abundant, what is the specific, the most beautiful characteristic of a museum? And I think it is in its scarcity. And often scarcity is considered kind of a limiting, negative thing. I want to make a point that scarcity actually is what makes a museum so interesting. So I went to look for the floor plan of the museum Folkwang, and I'm not even sure if this is correct, but I believe this is the floor plan of the museum, where currently the exhibition Le Raffle is installed. And you can see that the museum has limited space. It has a certain architecture which is fixed, and there is scarcity in rooms. And this is very different in a metaverse, because if in a metaverse museum you need more space, you just add a new wing to it, unlimited, for actually no cost. And there's another element of scarcity in a museum, that is time, because you cannot show 2 exhibitions in the same space at the same time. So you have to make a planning and change the art that is being shown. And third, which is always a really hardcore limitation, that's the budget. Like, how much money does the museum have to actually put up a show and to give it the attention that it needs? So this might be really obvious, but museums curate in response to scarcity because they cannot show all the art. They have to make a decision from all the artworks that are in the world, from all the artists that could be shown. Only very limited, or in a museum solo exhibition, there can only be one artist shown, which is a curse and a blessing. Because the interesting, I find, like more of like a Derridian ontology idea, is that each museum exhibition is haunted by the art decided to omit. From all the artists and all the artworks that exist, the museum decided that the exhibition by Rafaël and the works in the show are, at this point in time, are the most relevant artworks to show. And that is quite a big decision. And without this scarcity, it is very hard to establish value. Because when a museum decides to show certain art, and it decides not to show all these other things, then it elevates the work it decides to show. So without scarcity, it is very hard to establish value. And value, I mean, in the sense of quality, like this is the art that is important to show, this is relevant to the public. But also, scarcity establishes the value on a market. And museums and institutional art world and the art market are very much intertwined in very complex ways. They cannot be untangled, in my opinion. And so digital art and net art are by their nature abundant. They are unscarce. And this has been from the start by the nature of digital art and net art, because the digital artwork can be copied around. You can make a digital copy which is identical to the original, and actually it's quite hard to then still say that there is an original. Maybe they're both equally original. So they are abundant, they're everywhere, they are distributed, they're online, they're in your browser, you can make a copy on your hard drive, you can watch them on your phone. They're unscarce. And another characteristic of digital art and net art is that they are, by their nature, they are unstable. So when we think of art as a sculpture or as a painting, the moment a curator decides to show it in a museum and it's hung, then it's kind of expected that the artwork doesn't change. It's fixed. So you know what you curate, you know what you get, you know what you install, and also in an art market, you know what you buy. The thing is not supposed to change. But digital art is fluid, especially if you have an artwork that pulls in data from the internet. It might, over time, really change. And it might be unclear what you actually exhibit or what you actually own. It has fluidity. And in 2015, I encountered NFTs for the first time in collaboration with a startup in Berlin, Scribe. I believe Alberto is also in the audience, as I can see, who worked there. And I didn't immediately understand cryptocurrencies because I was not very interested in currency because I didn't have money anyway. So why would I need more currencies? But when it became clear to me that you can store information besides monetary value on a blockchain and have this decentralized storage, that was very interesting for me. And I believe non-fungible tokens They impose artificial scarcity on digital art. They sort of solve that problem of digital assets being abundant, being unscarce. Another thing that NFTs can solve, or can help with solving, is to make the digital art stable. And digital art, as I said, by its nature, is fluid and changing over time. It can mutate, it can go in, take different forms. NFTs make digital art stable, and the word in blockchain space is immutable storage. And I believe that when NFTs started to take more ground, that made digital art more compatible with the institutional art world. And it was, I think, only since a few years. I mean, digital art has been exhibited in museums historically, but it never really took the big role that it's starting to take now since NFTs, because they solve some of the problems that made it hard to exhibit or to give it a position in relation to institutional art world. I have to make a note there because one of the beautiful things about net art, digital art, and the fact that it is abundant and everywhere, and you can see it on every device, you can watch it as long as you have internet. That was, of course, a beautiful thing. And with some people object to NFTs because they say, well, why should we remove that beautiful characteristic of digital art? And I want to make a distinction between ownership and access, because the artificial scarcity of NFTs does not limit access. All the NFTs are publicly accessible. They can be viewed online, either on artist websites or on marketplaces. What the artificial scarcity works on is the ownership, but not the access. And also, another side note, because the fluidity and changeability of digital art, which is a beautiful asset of the medium, is kind of more subtle than just saying that the whole NFT is immutable. So you could have parts of your NFT artwork, you could have parts of that immutable, and you could decide that certain other characteristics are changing, are still mutable, perhaps over time. And I would go as far to say that immutability is an artistic medium that I've been exploring in the past years. I want to illustrate this by some examples of my own work. And here I have an image I'm very proud of. My work all the way on the left is Marco's window installed next to 3 Mondrian paintings. And this is a very old work of mine. It's an animation. It's on the screen, but I rotated 45 degrees. I will show what the animation looks like. So it's an animation. I made it years ago. I believe it was 2004 or something like that, which is an example of a generative artwork in which certain properties of the artworks are mutable and certain are immutable. So, for example, the choice of colors, the choice of the operations that the artwork can have, such as embedding a shape into another one or splitting a shape into multiple shapes, rotating. Those properties are mutable. They change over time. Or how should I say it? So the operations that the artwork can have are mutable. They don't change. The colors are sort of fixed. I made those aesthetic decisions myself, those artistic decisions. But then the way it applies those rules is free, and it's based on randomness. So those aspects are mutable. They change over time. So it's a combination of deliberate artistic choices combined with algorithmic programming code that applies those rules in always different manners. So this work will never repeat itself. The mathematical choice of this image being the same twice is 0. So the work has a certain is in a certain way dynamic. It always changes, but it's also to some extent static. The colors are, for example, always fixed. So I was thinking over time when I was making these words that if the dynamic properties of the artwork would instead reset each time and just take a different random value, if I could apply other strategies in the creation of the image, namely that each time a new image would be generated, that it would somehow be judged if this image was a step forward, if it was more interesting than what we already had in terms of its composition or aesthetics. So the artwork would, instead of reset each time and just show a new one, that it would somehow grow and it would have a direction and it would gradually over time improve. So I will show you an interactive example of this. So here we have, for example, 8 specimen, 8 drawings. I can select 2 of those, for example, this one and this one. And then those will be taken and combined using genetic strategies, which I mimicked from biology. And then again, I can select 2 of that offspring. And you can see they gradually become more similar because there is a direction in the breeding. And I can do that a few more times. And by these strategies, I could eliminate properties that I don't find interesting and emphasize the traits that I like. And this mechanism is called hybrid vigor, which we also see in the breeding of plants, of flowers, but also in dogs. This has been applied. In this case, the genetic algorithm works with 2 parents, which are crossbreeding. And basically because it's always siblings that breed, it's basically an incestuous algorithm. And another more recent example is mutant garden cedar, and in particular, this work was a comment on what you can do with NFTs and what the expectations are about NFTs, and how I could also undermine the financial properties of blockchain, namely that of speculation. So this project, this mutant garden cedar, it has a population of 512 unique NFTs, tokens, but certain aspects of the NFTs are fixed, are immutable, like ownership or their name or the frequency with which they change over time. And some are open. So gradually over time, this NFT continues to live. It's still fluid. It still benefits from its digitalness, if you could say, because they change over time. They live. They're not fixed. But on the other hand, they operate as NFTs and are to some extent immutable. If we look at this one, for example, the names are generated, I don't even know how to pronounce it, but Theo or something like that. If I zoom in on that one, you can see that over time, this NFT mutates. Gradually, it changes its form. And because of that, you could consider it to somehow to be a living entity on the blockchain. This has the consequence that if somebody would buy this NFT for a considerable amount of money, then potentially the NFT could mutate into a much less good-looking image. So sometimes they mutate towards sort of a gray square where there's very little happening, and that has a direct influence on the money on the value they have on the art market. So some people they might be sad if their mutant becomes way less complex. On the other hand, some mutants over time become, let's say, more beautiful, and then they raise value. And again, to show, just like the drum computer, how it didn't replace the drummer, I really obsess about making physical artworks of the outputs of these algorithms. these are 4 works from the exhibition where I revealed the project in Upstream Gallery in Amsterdam. The exhibition Mutant Garden, where I have 4, I call it manufactured mutants. And what I really love about showing them in space are these, again, medium-specific properties or qualities that a space has, which is that they have a certain resolution. If you come back to go close to them, the amount of detail is really overwhelming, and they have a direct relation to your body in their scale. And also by making them as objects on the wall, for me, it's my attempt to relate to painting in some way. This was already my presentation, because I only have half an hour, and I wanted to also have some room for questions. So thank you very much. I don't know how we will technically orchestrate the questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Harm, for that insightful presentation. Does anybody have any questions they would like to ask?
Hi, thank you so much for this beautiful presentation. When you read the Handbook of Our Market 001, it's always a scarcity, the economical way to produce value, which is quite interesting because it means our market works with a 200 years theory of value by Ricardo.
Mm-hmm.
So, and actually nowadays there is no real scarcity on physical art. So you just look at Instagram and you see like a large way of art production. So my question is, I was revisiting this theory of scarcity in a text because I was more going through other value theories that would correspond on this narrative of creation of value. And I was wondering if perhaps this way of understanding NFT, which I like it so much, of scarcity, artificial scarcity, is just reduplicating a value, a model of value production that is quite old and probably doesn't apply for the real world, because mostly of the value production sustain of production of social capital and cultural capital or symbolic value, which total are not dependent on the scarcity of a physical object. So it's just something that I'm thinking. I'm not yet done with the theory because it's really hard to go through this kind of value theories, but I appreciate that much this view on NFTs and its value in terms of scarcity.
Thank you.
Can I add
Yeah, for me, I take these rules in systems and also economic systems and systems of distribution and exchange. I take them as material that I can play with and to see if I can sort of slightly undermine them, but at the same time also benefit from them. And there are these rules in this case that there's a limited amount of tokens, and if you don't have one, you have to buy one. And so these rules, I can imagine many different other artworks that apply different rules and might generate different dynamics because of that. Is there more questions?
Do we have more questions?
Thank you for a very inspirational presentation. As an artist's point of view, maybe my question is quite blunt. How do you measure the price of your work? Like, because all the work that you have shown is it's like script-driven or like generative drawings, yeah? Mm-hmm. And they are not like the traditional masterpiece which has been spanned like a month or years to create. So they are, I mean, of course, you have spent quite a lot of time to create those valuable scripts. But how do you measure the value of your work, because it seems like the NFT works that you present is very instantly created, like intuitively, regardless of time that you probably you spend on the actual production, which might have a different point of view of this traditional art production slash price measurement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can indeed say that to develop the mutant garden algorithm, of which you are now seeing how one is being traversed, or how one is being generated, to create the whole from idea to the work as mintable NFT was about 2.5 years. And I personally don't really mind that that the artworks are then like instantly generated. For me, the process is somehow the work and the dynamics of how it's received. So in that case, it's really looking how many do I want there to be? How likely will it be that it will also sort of work, that people will want to watch it and will play with it and will buy it? I definitely also have some of my works in unique edition, and then the price is also should be higher, or I don't even sell them. But I don't make a hierarchy in value for works that take a long time to make or works that are instant. I program these systems to generate the work, not to optimize my process to make it quicker, but because I believe that working with an algorithm will give me results that I would manually not be able to achieve.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Harm. Can we give him another round of applause?
Thank you.
Great. So, test. Next up, it's my pleasure to introduce Philippe Bettinelli. He will be doing a talk on a journey in inquiring NFTs as a modern and contemporary museum. Philippe Bettinelli is curator working at the new media departments at Center Pompidou in Paris. He's curated the net art exhibition Sun's Object, the Marcel Duchamp Prize 2021 edition, together with Marcella Lista, chief curator of the new media department. He's working on the museum's NFTs acquisitions. Please welcome Philippe.
Well, good morning, everybody. And thank you so much to Rafaël, to Mathilde, Thomas, and the whole museum team for inviting me to this wonderful event. So in January, Pompidou acquired 18 works focusing on the blockchain from 13 different artists, including 16 NFTs, which were the first NFTs acquired by the museum. And it led to the opening of an exhibition in the beginning of April called NFT Poetics of the Material, from certificate to the blockchain. So the idea of this presentation is to look back at this experience and to share the challenges that came along the way. This exhibition is the end of a process that took almost a year and a half in research and effort. Curated with Marcella Lista, who couldn't be here today, with the help of Anaïs Brive, and for the acquisition part with the help of Hugo Duplessis, who I all want to thank. So within Pompidou, we have a new media collection which has been focusing on technological aspects of art since the late 70s. And a small part of it is actually dedicated to digital art. So we have, for example, a dozen websites, net art pieces within the collection that were acquired mostly at the end of the 90s and the beginning of the next decade. And at the same time, within the collection, we have also a testament to a tradition of immaterial artworks, or so-called immaterial artworks that are based on certificates or on other experimental forms of transaction. Works that would range from Yves Klein's work to Tino Segal's work, for example. So those are two reasons why we thought it would make sense for Pompidou to acquire an ensemble of NFT pieces. Even though at first glance we had no institutional need for the technology, our first reaction to the NFT phenomenon was that for the certificate part of the technology, it was a need that had been already answered by good old paper certificates for other technically reproducible works such as video or sound art pieces in the past. This question of trust that brings the NFTs within the art world was already fulfilled by the relationship that we have both with artists or galleries. But then, of course, we had to recognize the dynamism of the NFT phenomenon and its surprising scale and the vastness and variety of creations that came with it. And the fact also that many artists involved in digital creation were all of a sudden able to make a living out of their work, which is quite something for digital art. So we engaged in a research project with the idea of looking for artists from different backgrounds. Some artists coming from the field of crypto art itself. Rob Ness would be one example with those two pieces, Bitcoin and Dorian generatives. Artists coming, let's say, from the post-internet scene. I'm thinking, for example, of Jiao. Artists coming from the field of net art. John F. Simon Jr. is one of them. Artists coming from a longer tradition of new media art, and Fred Forrest is an example because he was one of the first artists to work with video in France in 1967, and then he'd been working with every new media technology that came afterwards. John Gerard also would be a good example. I've been dealing with those technologies for several decades now. An artist more generally involved in the field of contemporary art, such as Gilles Majid. So one of the first difficulties was deciding what to acquire and how to select from such a broad and unfiltered field with this specificity of the NFT world, which is that everyone has access to the platforms. And we decided to focus on works that would either comment on the blockchain and on the transformation of our digital culture, or on works that would experiment with the technical potential of the technology, that would explore its specificities as a medium. One early example would be Sarah Mayo's Bitcoin. Of course, Rafaël, you stand also in this category. And we acquired 3 of the 81 horizons. And I must say that choosing the 3 was quite a challenge too. And of course, Lava Labs also has been mentioned, Tristan, in your talk for the CryptoPunk. We acquired one CryptoPunk, and we also acquired one of the Autoglyph, which was of high interest to us as a fully on-chain project. So we acquired also works that have that can show a variety of links to the medium itself. Some works are fully on-chain, some works are off-chain, some works come with a physical component. It's a case for this piece by Agnieszka Current. And 2 works actually are not NFTs at all, even if they are linked deeply to the question of the blockchain. One of them is this piece by Brou et Marion. It's an attempt to provide a proof of the existence of Satoshi Nakamoto by ordering a fake passport on the dark web using Bitcoin. And it never arrived, but the piece tells the whole story. And the other is Claude Kloski's website, NFT. Claude Kloski has been one of the French artists the more deeply involved in net art. Claude Kloski is very against NFTs, and actually it's a fake, it's a net art piece which is a fake platform on which nothing can be displayed and on which everything is already sold. So it's kind of a frustration machine. But it was important for us also to show that not everyone within the field of net art was super excited with, with the technology, and that it came with debates within this field. And along the research, we came across pieces that could not be acquired. This piece by Sarah Meyohas is one of them, the non-existent token. It's a never-ending auction for which the prices go 10% higher each time it's sold. And one of the rules of the Pompidou collection is that once a work is acquired, it cannot be sold. So it would be legally for us impossible to keep this work alive, meaning to keep it on sale. Another one, which was an interesting case, is this piece by Jonas Lund. It's part of the Smartburn contract series, and we recently acquired a net art piece by Jonas Lund. We've been super interested in this series. Basically, it's contracts by which the collector commits himself to do or not do something, and if he fails to complete what he promised to do or not do, then the token is destroyed. And most of them were not possible to complete for the museum. One of them was not using social network for a year. Another one was to donate part of what the institution would earn to an NGO. And this one is one of my favorites, including a piece by Jonas Lund in every exhibition curated. And we love Jonas Lund's work, but I don't have enough authority in Pompidou to make such a thing happen. So we discussed with him other options, and he was super kind to suggest another one. Which has been created within the process of discussion, which is this one, by which we cannot sell anything from our collection, which at the moment it's the state of French law, so it's easy to fulfill for us, but this law could change. And if it would happen to change one day, then after we would sell the first work from the collection, this one would be destroyed. So it's kind of a symbolic guarantee of the fact that we can't sell anything in the collection. And then once the works have been chosen, we had to face quite a lot of challenges. And one of the first one was that no institution in France had collected NFTs before. So at the beginning of the process, there was no precise legal background on how to do this. We worked closely with the French Ministry of Culture to make sure that the methodology we were building was correct. And in July 2022 came an important document, which is this report from the French Council for Copyright. It's a 95 pages document that we'd been waiting for a few months. We knew they were working on it. We were waiting for it to come out to see what could be done for the museum. And it gave some orientation for the use of NFTs by cultural institutions. And it came with the conclusion that some institutions should experiment with acquiring NFTs. So it makes sense that Pompidou would be one of them within the French cultural landscape, and it also gave us a theoretical go. And some clues regarding how the law should be interpreted regarding NFTs. But it's just a report, it's not a new law clearing every issue, so some of them remained. And one of them was the legal possibility of having a wallet. Actually, there's a rule in France that public institutions can only have one bank account. And so the question was, could a wallet also be considered as a second bank account for a public institution? And another issue came along the way, which was that cryptocurrencies are not recognized as a legal mean of payment in France. So it's impossible for a public institution to pay in cryptocurrencies. And in a way, it solved the first problem with the idea that a crypto wallet with no cryptocurrency on it, not used for payment, would be closer to the external storage of a museum than to a second bank account. But of course it made things also more complicated regarding the acquisition, that we had to pay the artists and galleries in euros, with prices often fixed in ether. And so the question also came along the way of what exchange rate between currencies to choose. And it turns out that the rule is that we have to keep the date of the acquisition committee itself. To acquire something in a museum like Pompidou is quite a long process. Often it takes more than a year. It's starting with, of course, research, but also first discussions with artists and galleries. Then we have to fill in an acquisition proposal, which we submit to a curatorial committee within the museum. It's composed of all the curators of the museum. We are around 25 curators in Pompidou. Then you defend this proposal to this committee, and if it's accepted, you defend it to another committee, because it's France and bureaucracy is kind of a national treasure in a way. And the second acquisition committee happens a few months later with experts from outside the museum. Then you go through contracts, delivery, payment, and you describe it on the inventory of the museum. So yeah, it often takes more than a year, and it's not very compatible with the fast announcement pace of mints and drops on the blockchain, with projects sometimes being sold out just a month after they've been announced. So a piece of advice to artists and gallerists, but I know a lot of them already do it, would be to keep works aside for institutional interest, which come with different time schedules. Another novelty also came with the transparency of the blockchain, and it's linked to announcement timing within this process of acquisition. So what makes the will, or the museum's will, to acquire something official is the acquisition committee. So most of the time, galleries, artists, and the museum itself can communicate on an acquisition just after the acquisition committee. But then it can take months to fully acquire the piece, to go until the last stages of the acquisition. And most of the time you can't see it, because if a work stays in the storage of a gallery for 2 months after an acquisition committee, nobody knows. But on the blockchain, you can see that the token is no longer, is still owned by the artist or the gallery or anyone who's currently having it. So it linked to interesting things. This is just the day before the acquisition committee. The information almost leaked because Rob Ness teased it in this very clever way, which was to those who don't know, this is Georges Pompidou, the former French president, who decided on the creation of the museum. So it was just the day before the acquisition committee. But then we released the press release on at the beginning of February, once the minutes of the committee were signed. We had we announced it also through a tweet, which became one of the most seen tweets in the museum history. It's in the top 5, and ahead of this tweet is Brad Pitt visiting the museum, a Korean K-pop band visiting the museum, things that are not so much linked to the exhibitions or the collections of the museum. So yeah, we had very positive feedback, but it also came with debates on this question of, but why are the tokens still in custody of the artists or the galleries? Just also something else, which is, I think, interesting. The Sans Objet exhibition, which was a net art exhibition we curated in 2021, and which hosted intotime.com by Rafaël. It reached 10,000 people. 10,000 people visited the online exhibition, and this tweet got 500,000 views. So this is also this. When I was mentioning the scale of the phenomenon, of the NFT phenomenon, this is a clear illustration of it, this difference between a net art exhibition and an NFT exhibition, announcement in the same institution. We managed to create a wallet. It was in late March, a few weeks after the announcement of the acquisition. And this came also with new challenges for the museum, because at first we didn't know what type of wallet to choose. Of course, we would have to go for the more secured solutions, which involved a cold wallet with multi-signature. Then comes the question of how many people should be able to sign it. How many people do you, among those people, how many should be here to sign in order to the decision to be possible? Like, do you need everybody or only a percentage of the people involved? Which people do you pick within the institution? Do you pick people with stronger responsibilities, but that may not be used to the technology and may not have time to go deeply involved within those questions? Or do you choose a more practical level? Where do you keep everything? How do you back up your security phrases? Well, a lot of very practical questions that are linked to security issues that I'm not in liberty to fully share, but those would be the questions that you need to ask yourself within the process. With the communication around the acquisition came a lot of donation proposals, most of them on Twitter. Once our wallet was open, we've been dealing also with people sending directly tokens to the wallet itself, which was a thing that we knew would happen. But that is not an easy thing to deal with, actually, because at the same time, it's super nice. It's great to see enthusiasm around the acquisition. And at the same time, it can be complicated because it can also be a way to instrumentalize the institution and for someone to push forward his own work and to play on the confusion between what is in the collection and what isn't. So we are putting a kind of filter system within our OpenSea wallet. We have also a two-account system, which involves a delivery account and a permanent account, with the idea that only the things coming from the first account should be displayed in the page on the end. It's not fully working at the moment, and of course, if you go on Etherscan, you can still see everything that's been sent to the museum's wallet, and that's part of the blockchain and the transparency ethics of the blockchain. So one thing that we will surely have to do at some point will be to communicate around this question and to be clear about what is and isn't in the collection, how you do donate things to the museum when you want to do it the proper way, and just explain the whole process of how things can get in the collection. Then came the question of the exhibition itself. We wanted to exhibit not only NFTs, but also to put them in historical perspective, going back to a history of immateriality in art with instruction-based pieces linked to a form of economical critique. And this checkbook by Yves Klein would be one of the earliest examples in the collection, the question of both a relationship to economical critique and also to immaterial art. So in the middle of the room dedicated to, one of the rooms dedicated to the NFT acquisition, there's this vitrine with some documents dating back to Yves Klein until nowadays. With the acquisition came a variety of formats also to be displayed within the exhibition, SVG files, PNG files, GIF files, web animation formats, which were, in a way, kind of new for the museum. I mean, the museum is mostly used to displaying video formats, audio formats, but not that much with fixed image born digital formats, at least for screen displays. We also had to work with a variety of devices, depending on every works. And one of the most complicated one was square screen, which of course is the square format is very important in the NFT world, but there are not that many companies that do build those screens now. So that's been one of the challenges of the exhibition. What you see here is so one of the 2.5 rooms that are dedicated to this question within the permanent collection. It's the one that's the most clearly linked to the idea of a white cube. But the two other have very slightly different lighting. This one is actually the entrance of the exhibition, which is the lighting of the hallway of the museum. And the last one is dedicated to the work of Sarah Meyerhaas, and it's in a darker lighting because of mostly of this 16mm digitized film that is shown within this space. Another question on our way is the question of how to exhibit them online. We do know that we are not going to go for 3D first-person shooter kind of space, just like Harm talked about in the previous talk. And it's an ongoing reflection for us. We don't know yet how we will do it, but we might explore deeper in this way for future NFT acquisitions. Because, of course, we are thinking of continuing with the question of at which scale, at what rhythm, but the idea is to broaden this collection and to keep acquiring NFTs. And of course, one of the challenges that we will have to face is the question of preservation of those works. I'm not, well, it's part of my job to not to believe in promises of eternity, but I do hope that it will be the case. Anyway, it will surely be an interesting challenge in the upcoming years to see, well, to deal with the preservation of those new acquisitions. I see that my time is almost up, but I think we have 5 minutes for questions if you have some.
Does someone have any questions?
Could you keep it in your hand? Philippe, thank you for your great contribution. Very interesting. Referring to a previous discussion, I'd like to know where the images are physically stored. Are they in the blockchain or are they in IPFS? I guess they are more complex works, so they must be outside the blockchain. And does that raise any security issues about mutability or immutability? We were referring to it before.
So the answer would be different for not every work, but a lot, and thank you so much for your question. But the answer would be different for almost any works, but our idea is to, for every work, to preserve something off-chain or our preservation storage servers within Pompidou. So for fully off-chain work, we preserve the file on our own preservation system, and for fully on-chain pieces, we will preserve documentation of what is accessible on-chain. Well, actually,
related to the blockchain, you need to store it somewhere in a public space. So it must be somewhere on the chain or in the IPFS. In addition, on your servers, of course, as everybody has.
Yeah. Well, actually, IPFS it would be the case for some of the works, but for some others, it would be the token itself that would preserve the information to generate the image. So it would depend on each case. Yeah.
Another question?
Hello, Thank you for this very interesting view on the institutional side of the NFTs. I'm working for ZKM, so we are we facing the same questions. So my question would be, do you have any collaborations with other institutions or write-ups that you are giving to other institutions to share your experience, that you already have solutions for a lot of these questions we are facing too? And one more specific question would be on your view of if you, as a museum, do an exhibition with NFTs or with digital assets which are connected to NFTs. What's your view on, do you have to own the assets or the NFTs to be able to show it, or can you lend it? And if you lend it, well, how do you approach things like this? I think that's something which would be interesting.
Thank you so much for both questions. For the first ones, I must say that we don't have that many connections with other institutions that have been facing the same issues yet, so we'd be super happy to talk more in details with ZKM, and I'll be in Karlsruhe next week, so maybe it could be an opportunity. But we've been working with Ledger for the wallet aspect of the project, and we are also hoping that public solutions for crypto wallets will be available in France soon. Regarding the second part of your question, it makes me think that one thing that I didn't say, but that's actually quite important also in the process, that we had to go through good old paper contracts in the process because of well, basically the way the French copyright law is done, and the way that smart contract deal or don't deal with intellectual property. So the question of owning the NFT part of the assets is definitely a good one. It was part of the debate when we exhibited them. And when we first announced the acquisition, because of the time it took for us to own a wallet and put everything on it, which is still not the case actually at the moment. So one way to answer would be that it often happens within the permanent collection of the museum that works that are in the process of being acquired and they are with a temporary inventory number, which is not the permanent one that they get in the end. That would be our way to go around the difficulty. But to fully answer the question, the definitive acquisition would be when everything is in custody of the museum. And regarding the rights to loan, or of course it depends on every acquisition contract, and it depends on also the way that artists think about how their works should circulate. But our basic acquisition contracts include the rights to loan things, including for the NFT works. But then the question would be, do you have to loan the token itself, or do you only loan the...
Thank you, Philippe. That was so insightful. Thank you.
think most of you are back. We can start again. Very happy to see you again. I think the second section will discuss a few questions that already arose in the first section, for instance, about this promise of the never-ending I'm missing the word, but when something is not disappearing anymore, that it stays forever. I think it will be definitely a subject in the second section. And I'd like to introduce you Annet Dekker. I'm very happy that she's here. Annet Dekker is a curator and researcher. Currently, she is assistant professor of archival and information studies and cultural analysis at the University of Amsterdam, and visiting professor and co-director of the Center for the Study of the Networked Image at the London South Bank University.
Just getting my notes here, sorry for that. Yeah, thank you, Mathilde. Thank you very much for the invitation, as well as all the others for organizing this event. This is fantastic. I was quite hesitant, actually, to be here. And I remember having, I think, several talks, actually, with Mathilde, about, like, well, yeah, we really like to have you and talk about NFT. And I'm like, but why? I'm not an expert in NFT. I've never minted. I don't know really how it works really well. And I've never bought any. I don't have a wallet. I do have a wallet, actually. Anyway, I've totally forgotten about that. So, yeah, what am I going to talk about? And so we talked and we exchanged. And now I'm here, very nervous, talking to you about something that I'm not familiar. I mean, I'm not 100% confident about. But I think I found an angle that could potentially also be of interest to you. At least I hope. So, indeed, I have a background as a curator and researcher of digital art. And my main interest has been in the inherently change that is present in many works and also their collaborative characteristics, either with or in code or with other people. At a certain point, I turned my attention also to the preservation of net art, in which I tried to emphasize these particular characteristics of change, variability, etc. So around 2016, Martina Nedam, the artist behind Mouchette.org, she contacted me with a question about a sales proposal. She was approached by Bart Janssen, then curator at MOTI, the Museum of the Image in Brera, which currently doesn't exist anymore. Tells you about, indeed, the longevity of institutions versus art. And he, together with the Stedelijk Museum in Amsterdam, that still does exist, was able to acquire several net artworks in a shared collection. Martina was among the artists, and they were interested in the website Mouchette.org. So I won't go into details of the acquisition, nor the work specifics, but something that connects to today's conference is that Martina was interested in working with blockchain, because she thought it would help her to create a preservation community around Mouchette.org. And it would also allow her to timestamp versions of her evolving website. The versioning could come with a special Mouchette coin to emphasize friendship or as a token of appreciation. Now, next to the technical and financial difficulties, the idea didn't yet emerge. Also because she favored, in the end, the free circulation and collectivity of the web over the staticness and potential invisibility of the blockchain. At the time, Martina opted for generative preservation, as she called it, in which users would have free access to the website, including its database, etc. And that was based on the idea of growth and further development. As for the acquisition, the museums agreed to buy a date-stamped version, mirror site, version 0.1 of Mouchette.org. So after this initial introduction to blockchain, my interest kind of waned. Its mechanisms, the implementations and logic of the blockchain sounded both too specialized as well as also a bit too old-fashioned. Since a lot of talk was about making work stable and developing a tool for authentication and ownership, three characteristics that didn't particularly interest me. However, in the last couple of years, many artists started to fiddle around with the code in the blockchain, or more specific, in NFTs. And I became more interested again in the potential of NFT to reconsider its own staticness, and hence also question temporality. As indeed Harm also mentioned, most digital art is inherently changed. I mean, it changes over time constantly. So it also implies a shift in time. So I thought for today it could be interesting to address the question of time in computational processes, and NFT in particular, and how this would help me to tackle the preservation challenge, or at least my view on preservation. So what is time? Currently, many countries still use solar and lunar calendars to regiment behaviors and to decide when certain rules and rituals take place. Think about Easter for Christians, which this year was early April, on the lunisolar calendar, or the Ramadan for Muslims that follows the lunar calendar, ending actually today in Eid al-Fitr, or actually last night with sunset. Similar work regimens and curfews were initially set by the sunrise and sunset, and many countries are still using the distinction between summer and wintertime. Temporal regulation became even more enforced with the introduction of clocks, also causing some factory owners to build crooked clocks to extract productivity from their labor forces. And hence, clock time also became an enforcer of social order. Indeed, embedded within the device is the question of power. So what happens at the crux of machine time? Can a similar comparison between NFT time and power be made? And what new insight would that bring? Now, in essence, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, and NFTs are time-stamped systems at their core. As described in the early days by Satoshi Nakamoto, the solution we propose begins with a timestamp server. A timestamp server works by taking a hash of a block of items to be timestamped and widely published the hash, such as a newspaper or Usenet post. The timestamp proves that the data must have existed at the time, obviously, in order to get into the hash. Each timestamp includes the previous timestamp in its hash, forming a chain, with each additional timestamp reinforcing the ones before it. So the chain of timestamps, computed recursively, each new one depends on the previous one, translates into a chain of recursively linked blocks, the blockchain. This discretized linear data architecture, sometimes also referred to as time chain, particularly at the beginning of the days, provides a reasonable degree of assurance that the network will respect a particular set of transactions orderings, which, when chained together, manifest a canonical historicity, and as some say, guarantees their authenticity. Yet I wondered what happens when tinkering within the code of these blocks, or in the context in which they are processed, in which they are executed. How will that affect time? And could there be something like a non-fixed time? Now, luckily and clearly, I'm not the only one interested in understanding time, and machine time more particularly. Nor am I the first to look at NFT in relation to time. For instance, Domenico Quaranta has written about the topic of time as one of the typologies or characteristics of NFT art. So what could be the consequences of machine time, and how can we relate this to the conservation challenge of NFT and digital art potentially more broadly? Where to start? On the 28th of August in 1989, computer scientist and mathematician Donald Knuth gave a keynote at the 11th World Computer Congress in San Francisco, at a time when we didn't have something like the internet, or maybe we had in some sort of degree. Certainly not the web, and certainly not NFTs. Anyway, not in the way that we understand them now. As part of his speech, he made an appeal to everyone to make a thorough analysis of everything your computer does during 1 second of computation. The computer will execute several 100,000 instructions during that second. I'd like you to study them all. He continued. Even when the machine's instructions are known, there will be problems. The sequence of operations will be too difficult to decipher unless you have access to the source code from which the instructions were compiled. University researchers who wish to carry out such an experiment would probably have to sign non-disclosure agreements in order to get to look at the relevant source code. So time, and particularly machine time, is complicated and complex, and the topics that Knut already spoke about will be discussed also in the coming days. Now, several artists have been trying to figure out how to calculate NFT time. For instance, here Nascence, the artist duo Paul Seidler and Max Hampshire, in their NFT project Time Zone 4. With Time Zone 4, they developed an infrastructure that could present alternative time counting systems, which are based on a selection of technical processes, including informational consensus systems, computational processes, and machine replication algorithms. Time Zone 4 is constantly changing its metadata and its SVG, a scalable vector graphics, nice and small, so you can keep it in the contract. And without relying, indeed, on an external data source. The NFT is self-contained, immanent visualization of time, taking place in a global network of computation, but bound to its own temporal infrastructure. As they mentioned, temporal successionism in its purest form. So, what happens here? Each NFT contract calculates the average block time, starting from the token's time of minting, and translates this into a simple SVG animation, which creates a zooming effect or a pulsing motion, and in addition, a change of color. In terms of temporalities, the SVG data are continuously executed or generated, encoded and returned by the contract. There are few external dependencies, since all the code is contained in the block. Moreover, the timing is the outcome of a linked series of permissioned networked nodes, which participate in a series that agree on a shared history, also known as consensus time. So here, time is a socio-technical construct, a way of forming consensus regarding an accepted versions of computational reality and the ordering of events in it. The NFTs become a metaphysical temporal mechanism, a new timekeeping system made manifest by the time chain. They are divorced from celestial influence and mostly unfazed by the increasingly subdivided temporal constructions of human clock time. In other words, machine time has the capacity to create the form of time itself, rather than just operate within time. However, not all is what it seems. As in most systems, there is always opportunities for slippages, breaks, or other chronically adversarial behaviors to emerge. These can range from transaction reordering, virtual resource arbitrage, to hostile forks and attacks. But there can also be forms of latency within the code. This notion of a lag of time can be seen in some of the Jan Robert Leegte's NFTs, and particularly his responsiveness works that are shape-shifting and thus can change over time depending on the changes of the interface and hardware that are used. So while his ornament series here looks quite straightforward, over time it may show things that are not yet visible, at least not to us. So what am I trying to say here? Ornament is built in the form of nested bevels. Some of them are engraved, others embossed, giving the impression of rounded edges and hence a sense of depth. Each ornament, though, consists of two traits, style and lightness. Style comes in three categories, sharp, robust, and monumental, and lightness signifies the bevel density of the work. Typically, there's a value between 2 or 3, going up in rarity to 4 and 5, but as Robert says, and you can totally check with him later, there is no limit. Super rare high values do occur. Both traits are calculated based on the 800 by 800 pixel on chains ornament. The token hash then defines the exact composition of the ornament. So the cluster of bevels and spaces between them define the spread of the composition. They can make the ornament very compact or spacious. Yet this composition is not necessarily fixed, and depending on the hardware that is used, the token can show elements that are currently not visible. This is because the work responds to the context in which it is shown. In a sense, it's a type of shape-shifting that depends on the time and space in which it is shown. For instance, the lower computing power, the larger or the more bulky the bevels, and the larger the computation power, the more details will come out. Some may even show some latent color changes. So while the algorithm determines the specific details, the hardware restricts the outcome. So over time, the NFT will change appearance. Now, this example may at first seem like a very literal translation of time, ticking away what seems seconds, yet it turns out to be more complicated. The artist behind the project, Noor Nuiten, has always been fascinated by time, not merely in the sense of Cartesian clock time, but more in how we actually relate to time. How time creates a dependency, or how time relates to materiality, as for instance in her work Offline Timer, clearly an offline work. It's a series of glass-blown spheres with particles of silver from discarded smartphones. Each glass is crafted with a different method, but each one will burst at a certain time in the future. Those that were cooled outside in the wind will burst within weeks. Those cooled in the blanket burst over about a year. And the ones cooled in the oven will burst about after 10 years. The fluidity of time mirrors the nature of glass as an amorphous solid that can be melted and shaped endlessly. Now, currently, she's working on her first NFT drop, to take place this summer, hopefully, if all goes well, in which she's questioning the relationship between human and machine time. What you see here is a very small glimpse of what the drop will consist of. A series of clocks, or better, a set of 2 clocks, which show a passing of time. Yet the counting, represented also in the changing color, is dependent on the speed of a specific animal, which could be a snail or a bird of prey. The counting will start once a cell is made. However, with every sale, the twin clock comes in, as a twin clock that needs to be given to someone else. Hence, the clock only works in pairs. Once the owner sells the work, the gift will also be withdrawn from the gifted wallet. Finally, once a year, all collected NFTs will sync in time, like a shared time zone collective. Now, this notion of forming a collective is important for Nuiten, which she imposes by the rule that the NFT that you buy can only exist once its twin is given to someone else, as well as the syncing of time once a year throughout all the NFTs that are sold. Time, in that sense, is more a vehicle to create a community. The idea of creating a community, and even more so a commons, through NFT is also prominent in the work For Economy by Tristan Lee and Winnie Soon. Their project is about the question how to own and mint 1 millimeter of the ocean from the South China Sea. And the experimental project takes the figurative and literal material, water from the South China Sea, to discuss the politics and ownerships of the ocean. Now, of course, multiple Asian governments assert sovereignty over rocks, reefs, and other geographic features and natural resources. Hence, the oceanic object is highly tangible and material, but also significantly economical, military, and politically infused. What happens when reimagining the dotted lines of a map as boundaries on which power is played out, and the blockchain as collaborative ownership? So in their projects, as there is an unlimited amount of tokens available, over time the NFT tokens are decreasing in value. Yet each owner automatically becomes a stakeholder in the discussion over the South China Sea. So essentially the form is based on a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, where everyone has the right to vote and bring in topics to discuss. And one of the topics that was just recently discussed was like how to get off the NFT. Now, the assets come in 3 contracts, an English and a Chinese version, as well as a bash script that executes the codes, which you can see down here. And within the project, the reading becomes a performative action, akin to code poetry. The assets are also not platform dependent and hence can sustain over longer periods of time. Moreover, the issues of the South China Sea can also be expanded to similar or other disputed areas, as the project as a whole can also be forked. So in an attempt to rethink the structures of value and value making, NFT is used to set up a community that has agency over a specific situation, while losing their financial value. Yet it undermines blockchain's instincts indeed to commoditize things through monetary value by proposing a commons, or a more equitable landscape, as mentioned this morning by Tristan. Something similar happens in the work by Amelia Wenger-Burskin and her NFT project Seed Protocol that is set up to spark conversations about the relevance of seeds. The NFT edition consists of an image of an identical pile of corn seeds that have been colored by the artist in 100 variations, wrapping the seeds in hand-drawn patterns. Along with the NFT, collectors receive a participation contract and access to the Seed Protocol website, asking them to contribute to the larger Seed Protocol project. And similar to the previous examples, owners play an active role in shaping the project by having to agree to making contributions. For instance, by engaging with local seed banks and uploading the information to Amelia's seed bank directory. I'm going to leave it here because I think Christiana Paul might actually have more interesting things also to say about this project tomorrow. As she indeed also mentioned, what I think is interesting about these kind of examples, that they are using the NFT system as a common keepsake of a social contract and a commitment or collective action. But how future-proof is this NFT life? And what role could these communities play? An interesting experiment is made by Sarah Friend with her NFT project Lifeforms. Lifeforms is an edition of NFTs and each comes with a specific message, but they need to be cared for. This means that after you bought one, you will need to give it away within a time slot of 90 days. Many NFTs were created, but sadly most died. None of the NFTs have been resold, and only some were actually given away. However, though, the main question that Sarah puts up in this work is the sustainability of the NFT. Not only how long do they live, but also who ensures that they continue to live. As she mentions, Lifeforms invert the typical logic of NFTs, which is to buy, hold, and hope it increase in value, and instead ask the owner to become a custodian or caregiver that must consistently maintain or care for the NFT in collaboration with others. So by setting up a set of relations between the collectors or carers of Lifeforms, she creates something like a network of care around the NFT, a network that is both intangible and material, and that has a deliberately ambiguous relationship to the art market, as well as to its sustainability. While blockchains make all kinds of claims about their future and their continuity, none actually has a plan in place to when, what, or how they will break and what to do. In the words of Sarah, what happens around their death? So in her upcoming NFT project that will launch quite soon, she wants to problematize this positive sense of liveness and sustainability by imagining what the death of NFT could be like. Will her drop be changing states in the future? Will there be an alteration in the terms of contract over time? Or will it turn into something quite different, a different kind of being? So to get to my conclusion, machine time has the capacity to create the form of time itself rather than just operate within time. While machine time may operate at a different register to human clock time, looking back at the different examples and seeing the NFT as a medium means reconsidering their seemingly staticness in favor of temporalities. In these cases, NFT time can be considered as a non-fixed condition that is characteristics of metaphysical temporal mechanisms in which intricate interactions are taking place between human and machine times, which are further complicated by networked infrastructures and hardware dependencies. So if today's time is co-created by machines, then we need to accept that forever can perhaps only be a second. And perhaps not surprisingly, this quote from Alice in Wonderland, Lewis Carroll, the author, was also a professor of mathematics at Oxford University. Anyway, so we need to learn how to see machine time as medium and try to understand the question which and whose watch or clock time or machine time we consult. However, though, the strength of NFT is not only connected to rethinking time, but also to rethinking power relations, how it can bring people together, connecting or following a DAO, to form communities online and offline, and to connect to other goals, or perhaps also to take care of NFTs. Indeed, when turning ownership into active custodianship, and thus acknowledging the ongoing act of maintenance, where the protocol requires the daily work of miners, validators, etc., but now also of its collectors, this could develop into what I just mentioned, a network of care, in which different carers, human and non-human, form around a common interest, each having their own stakes and agency, which at times might mingle, clash, or mutate. Here, as in Sarah's project, the preservation question starts by imagining the moment in which digital art is broken, perhaps in a state of decay or death, and only fragments remain. NFT can simply be used as a technology of non-fungibility, or they can be used to destabilize and to trigger questions around ownerships and property, economic and political relationships, and social-technical relations. So what happens when embracing its ambiguous relation to time and see the end as the beginning? In other words, what if preservation of NFTs and digital art, potentially more generally, secures and reproduces the conditions of becoming, of living, where the content can be neither prescribed nor predicted, and thus where brokenness emerges as a potential that can be renegotiated each time, and in which the temporal characteristics of NFT become the guiding parameters for preservation methods, in which the social dynamics of the NFT become the guiding parameters for decision-making practices, and in which the proprietary specifics of NFT become the guiding parameters for collecting processes. Thank you very much, and I want to special thanks indeed for Noor Nuiten, Sarah Friend, and Jan Robert Leegte, who can answer all your technical questions in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Annette. It was a wonderful talk, and it took over a bit what I was discussing just this during lunch, and I think you really hit the point with your talk. But are there questions from the audience?
So what were you discussing during lunch?
Well, exactly the question of time and this promise of conservation of NFTs, which is, yeah, kind of the big promise behind it. But what do we do if in 5 or 10 years everything is different, maybe? Well, we were also talking about previously how did we conservate not only art, but maybe music, etc. And concerning that, we see that today almost nobody has a recorder at home or something like that. It was more kind of basic, but nevertheless, it went in the same direction that I think that with NFTs today, we're still just not thinking about, really about the future. We just are so happy that we think we found the solution somehow. But maybe could we be together with the online audience. Jan, maybe there are some questions from the online audience?
Yes, hi everybody. We have one question from Arnold Obermann.
It takes a second, it takes a while.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
So here is where the second takes forever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Jan.
Hi. So
nice to
I hope
see
you can hear me now.
Yes.
We have a question from Arnold Obermann. Thank you, Annette. From your perspective, would you consider on-chain storage as a new alternative method for digital art preservation? First papers on this issue are appearing ...
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I mean, yeah, that's coming back into my first remark in a way, that I wasn't necessarily interested in this type of the blockchain as such, because I don't really believe in fixating the art form, and I think that's where it becomes really difficult with digital art, which is inherently changing. And in my respect, a lot of it at least, that should be preserved. So it's more indeed, and that comes back to what you've been discussing in a way as well, closer in a way to performance and music, where there are specific, notes potentially, or traces, which will allow you to rework or to rethink indeed and re-exhibit or do whatever. Yeah, sure, in some cases digital art, when it's really contained and when it doesn't do much, it will remain. But even then, yeah, the context around it will have changed. So again, becomes also the question of what Aurea mentioned in her talk as well. It's like, well, how relevant is it still to actually show these works when the context has completely dissolved in that sense?
Yeah, that's it for now from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan.
This is not exactly a question, but maybe an alternative way, but we're looking at the issue of preservation from a technical point of view, but from the human point of view, I think the true way to do preservation is with enthusiasm. And the only way to generate enthusiasm is to connect people with works or institutions and to build an interest. And in the example of Philippe, he did an online exhibition as an institution, and then they did a purchase of NFTs, and you could see the worldwide attention. Our digital culture is acknowledged by an institution. And even though there was a net art exhibition before, so there's something magical in the human brain about ownership that makes us preserve culture. And I think we're missing the point if we think, is it stored on IPFS? Is it in a zip file? Whatever. It doesn't matter. If the work is interesting, people will take care of it. And that's I think, the core of why we preserve art, because we care about it. And I think the blockchain is almost like a social system, if we use it for art, to bind our energy and to put it towards the work we care about. So I think just to see it as like, oh, this is only about money, these are finance bros, whatever. I think if we just use it to bring energy to art that we love, then there's a bigger chance of it succeeding.
Yeah, no, I fully agree indeed. And I think it's interesting indeed, if you look also at the last, I don't know, 10, 20 years or so, in the attempts that have been made to preserve digital art, it's usually indeed, then all of a sudden, when something gets on loan, or there's a specific project that got funded, and all of a sudden there's an interest, and then that interest generates more interest, of course. So yeah, and the enthusiasm is definitely really interesting there. But I agree also, and that's where I do think indeed that blockchain is interesting, because it has that community around it, and that's what I also found interesting in many of these projects, and there are many more around, on how these communities are taking shape more. So I don't necessarily see the blockchain as something that could preserve these works as such, but I do see it as a tool to indeed connect these people and create these communities that are super important indeed to keep discussing about this and to keep indeed the stories alive in that sense.
Kevin, I have a question. Is Simon Denny already online? No, he isn't. Okay, we have still time for other questions from the audience. well, maybe it's time for siesta after lunch. Well, thank you a lot, Annet. Thank you very much. And we hope that Simon Denny will be online soon.
So, leider wird es sich jetzt noch ein bisschen verzögern, da wir Simon Denny gerade noch einen neuen Link zuschicken müssen. Hoffentlich wird er dann in 5 Minuten bei uns sein. Yeah, now in English, Simon Denny will get a link from us, and hopefully we will be in like in 5 minutes or something.
actually landscape paintings of the metaverse. But I'll go into that later. I'm just going to now share my screen and take you through some work that I think is relevant to this conversation. Okay, great. Let me just... So, this is obviously not an image of an NFT. It's an image of the Marciana library in Venice, which is where I did, just to familiarize those with my practice who don't know it, this is where I did my Venice pavilion for New Zealand in 2015. And in order to do this exhibition, I was looking at the another part of digital culture prior to NFTs, and this was kind of work that came up, images that came up in the disclosures of the documents that Edward Snowden released during the 2013, when he kind of released a bunch of slides from the NSA. And I made these into these kind of giant installations that interpreted the images into these kind of sculptural forms. So yeah, that was where I began. Where I started making work about crypto was actually in another historical building, this building here in Berlin, the former Staatsratsgebäude, which is now a business school. Yes?
Me?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think we only see one image. Is this normal?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know how to change this though. Just go through then. I'm sorry. I'm not in charge of this platform, so I don't know. Perhaps somebody who has more technical expertise than me can advise how I share my screen and can flip through slides in Keynote.
Oh, it's working now, Simon.
Is it though? Can you then see me change slides here?
No, but it
right.
worked
Oh, it's
once.
not working. Right.
It's what?
Okay.
Two screens and external monitor, and that's why the actual presentation is presented on the secondary screen. You should stop mirroring the screen, or just go through the slides on the left side, then we see it. Or
sorry, I can't hear.
Try it with the slide on the left side to click on the photos.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay.
The issue, I think, is you should try mirroring your screens rather than having a secondary screen. That's one possibility, and the other one is that
I don't understand, I'm afraid, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Well, you could try by clicking through the thumbnails.
Okay. Yeah, I would have preferred to do this preparation at another time. Perhaps we can try again another day.
Well, okay. Well, yes. If you don't want to continue now, well then, well, yeah, I don't. Well, maybe. Well, what we can see here, we can see on the left side, we can see your thumbnails. If you click on each one of it, it should work. Yes. Now it's working, for instance.
But when I go into the presentation mode, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I think I don't want to waste people's time here. I think this is maybe it's best to move on to the next talk. And yeah, this is not working out.
Okay, what a pity, but maybe we'll try it later. But well, we don't want to bother you as well. Well, then thank you very much, Simon, for the time that you took.
All the best. Yes,
And,
thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Well, I'm really sorry for this intervention. It didn't work out as it should have done. Well, it's a pity that we couldn't talk to Simon Denny, but we'll go on to the next talk. Alexander Koch, are you back? Because he wanted to, well, okay. Yeah, he's just outside for a few minutes. He should be back very soon. Because afterwards we have the coffee break, and for Domenico Quaranta, we still need the paper. Wait a second, maybe I can have a look very shortly where Alexander Koch is. I'll be back. Or you try to find him? Thank you very much. it can continue. Short introduction about Alexander Koch. Thank you for being here. I'm very, very happy about it. Alexander Koch is a curator, author, and gallery owner, as well as a mediator, lecturer, and consultant. He is co-founder of the KOW Gallery in Berlin and from the Neue Auftraggeber in the Germany program, which he directs. Thank you for talking to us.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we couldn't really hear Simon Denny. When I got invited to this symposium, I thought that must be a misunderstanding because I really don't know anything about NFT. Except for one, actually, and this was the reason why I was invited, because the gallery was involved in the story and in the creation of this NFT, which is the Belle NFT, created by the Congolese Plantation Workers Art League last year. And I will talk you through the history of this NFT, and it starts with this guy, Dutch artist Renzo Martens, based in Amsterdam. The last days I found a Getty image of him, which is funny because it's all about the economy of images, and we have no idea how it ended up at the Getty archive. Renzo Martens got known internationally in 2008 with his film Enjoy Poverty. And his argument in this film was that artistic critique, like we practice it in Western institutions like this one here, has a really annoying problem. It doesn't change anything about the critiqued situation. So his point was that we, as Western art worlders, producers, or publics, have the freedom of choice to look at critical art that speaks about the poverty in the global south, injustice, violence, colonialization, etc. But those people who actually are poor, are being colonized, and are treated violently, don't have the freedom of choice. So there's a fundamental inequality in our good intentions of kind of critiquing whatever is bad in society without having any impact on the critiqued situations. So that was the point of Enjoy Poverty. And the film itself had the same problem, obviously. It was shown at biennials, sold on the art market, without any change in the places in the Democratic Republic of Congo where it was shot. So Renzo Martens, about 15 years ago, decided to go back to the Congo and do something about that problem. And his idea was he went to a former Unilever plantation, Unilever being this enormous company you may know that makes a lot of business also from palm oil production, and palm oil plantations all over the world, but also in the Congo. So he went to one of those plantations and tried to convince plantation workers who work for almost no money there, like contemporary work slaves, to apply the tools of critical art in order to make profit where they are. Because if you can make money with critical art, if you're based in Berlin, New York, or in Essen, maybe you can also make money with critical art if you're actually based in the Congo. This requires infrastructure, but in theory, why not? So he started a critical curriculum on the plantation with former plantation workers, and they started their own artistic production. That's already years ago. And this is one of the first exhibitions of their sculptures in our gallery in Berlin. A few years later, a solo exhibition at the Sculpture Center in New York. So it actually worked, we could say. So the community in Losanga, the former Unilever plantation, created the Congolese Plantation Workers Art League as an association in order to give themselves a formal construction and also to decide together about the profits they would make from their artistic production and all other community concerns, for example, how to build education, healthcare, how to provide good housing for the people of the community. And this here is the master plan of OMA Office Rotterdam, so Rem Koolhaas office, who designed here a whole ensemble of projects on the former plantation that has the studio in the center, and as you will see on the right, a white cube. So a crucial element of this entire project was that if palm oil plantations historically through slave work have funded the foundation and construction of multiple museums in the world, which is actually economically the case if you really look at it, then the museum, the white cube, should actually go back to the plantation where it was all the time funded from, which was called the repatriation of the white cube. So this was part of OMA's design. Here's the digital sketches. And the museum was built, inaugurated, and created quite some debate because it turned around the entire logic of exploited people at exploited places that fund our museums. And this time it's at this very place where the museum comes as a tool of self-empowerment of these very people to actually liberate them from plantation work and create an economy for them to develop a sustainable, independent life. A main feature of this entire endeavor is to buy back land. So to basically buy back the plantation land that was previously stolen from the community, and to buy back the land, you need money, obviously. And there are a lot of sub-projects that the artists from the Congolese Plantation Workers Art League started, and one circled around a sculpture that was created in 1931 during a Pende upheaval against the Belgian colonizers, and specifically there was one very violent Belgish officer, Maximilian Ballot, who was killed by the Pende. And after the killing, they created the wooden Ballot sculpture in order to contain his evil spirit and make this energy work to protect the Pende instead of destroying them. So as they found out, this sculpture was sold to an American collector in 1972, who then gave it to the Virginia Fine Art Museum in Richmond. So two of the members of CATPC went to the Virginia Fine Arts Museum. Here they talked to the director of the museum about the Ballot sculpture that they find in the collection, and then they ask him if the museum would be ready to give it as a loan for an exhibition in the White Cube in Losanga, because now they have their own museum and they wanted to exhibit the sculpture. And with no surprise, the museum said no, they would not. So what CATPC did is they took the image of the Ballot sculpture from the website of the museum and created an NFT in order to gain digital ownership over their sculpture that physically would not be given to them. So this created a case that the press called the first case of digital restitution. I don't know if it's the first case, but it created a debate. Actually, the launch of this NFT was in parallel in Losanga and in our gallery in Berlin. So we had a live call exactly during the minutes when it was first mined. We made, of course, press work, etc., to create a case. And after The Guardian published an article about it, there was quite an international press reaction to the case, and also the museum got drawn into this debate in a way that was certainly uncomfortable for the museum. The only legal aspect, I think, would have been to have stolen images from the website that are publicly accessible in any way, transformed into an artwork. So I think legally they didn't have a case. Plus, I think they had no interest to further scandalize the possession of a Pende sculpture that they hold in their archives. But symbolically, CATPC had gained back ownership over their sculpture. And more than that, so this NFT belongs to them. It belongs to the association CATPC. And then we all together created 300 other NFTs in order to be sold. And we launched the NFT on our booth at the Basel Art Fair, which is this situation. There was also a talk on the Art Basel Conversations, which is a relatively renowned platform. And the NFT consists of what you see here. There's a drawing by Sedar Tamsala. The drawing is about global trade, economy, and it was split in 300 pieces digitally. And each of these pieces form the background of one individual NFT. The price of the NFT is 0.1 Ether, which is, or was at least last year about 300 euros, which is equal the value of 1 hectare of plantation land in Lusanga. So one NFT is 1 hectare of land. So for collectors, it's a quite, like, there's a very direct, very literal connection between all these elements that are in play. I think it's very simple, very straightforward, but also terribly effective. To a certain degree, if you still want to buy one, they are not yet all sold. So it's not that there was a big hype about selling them yet. So the effect of this NFT is that month by month, further hectares are being bought from plantation land in order specifically to develop an independent agriculture for the community, for a self-sustainable life, as I said. That's all I have to say. That's actually the story of the Ballot NFT. But I think it's full of implications, and specifically the resistance or the striking back of a Congolese community against the institutional power in Northern America with regard to the possession of one of their artifacts. Yeah? This is, of course, the most important part of the game. Ready for questions? That went fast, but you may have questions about it. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, dear Alexander Koch, for your presentation. And yes, I chose you and this project because for me, coming from the Provenance research, of course, it has a special meaning, maybe. And the question you raise in this in your talk goes right to the heart of what it is giving back something and what does it mean in regarding empowering people, being resistant, as you said, against, well, in this case, American Museum, but it could be more or less concerning the Western world, which looted, in a sort, the African continent. And it shows a way how maybe the situation could not really being solved, but at least evolve, which is already a bit more going on since 2 or 3 years, but it could give maybe a bit of speed in this whole process. Thank you a lot.
Yeah, maybe I can add a few words. We still have a bit of time now.
Yes, yes.
So I've accompanied this project over 15 years now, and most people I talked to just thought this is like an art project that will never have real consequences in the Congo. The truth is it had real consequences. It really worked. Like CATPC is an independent, self-administrated NGO that developed its own economy, obviously through infrastructures that people like Renzo Martens or us or the Sculptural Center or Art Basel can provide. You will not sell the sculptures in the Congo, so there's a whole infrastructure, which is true for all kinds of international artistic productions. Yeah? Just that the trade chain this time is a bit different. Yeah? So it actually really makes a difference. And then when NFTs came out, I mean, like probably all of you, the first hypes around it were so ridiculous regarding to the artistic quality of it. So in the gallery, when we discussed it, we thought the only thing that's really interesting is the type of ownership. Yeah? I mean, archival reasons, security and all that, but we thought specifically these people who bought really shitty nothing for $1 million, they bought a way of buying. They actually didn't buy the visuals, they bought a way of buying. So the buying thing was the whole interesting part of it from our perspective. So I found in this case, the way this NFT operates is very much within the operational logic of NFTs. It's about ownership. And this whole power constellation is about who owns stolen artifacts from the colonial era.
Definitely, and it can even goes beyond. It can even go beyond. It doesn't have to be only related to stolen art, but you could also imagine an NGO selling or buying back land to promote maybe climate change, or not to promote climate change, but to protect the climate in a certain way. It doesn't have to stay in this in the context of the colonial restitution. That's why it is a very strong project, I found.
As far as I know, Hito Steil owns the Humboldt Forum in Berlin in forms of an NFT. I still didn't research in what she actually mined, but like this is also this kind of claiming ownership, yeah, about something that you can actually not own. Yeah? But maybe you can in a way. Yeah? And that's, I mean, there's an interesting new zone of negotiation between material possession, non-material possession, new legal cases being created, and that's of course politically interesting.
Yes. Other questions from the audience?
Yeah, thank you, Alexander. I have a question regarding how you kind of started this project towards the clashes which might appear, because I have the feeling that you had a lot of guts to say we are going forward and we have a certain kind of risk in the whole endeavor, that there might be a legal case, that there might be something which is actually higher than the whole project can take. Did you discuss this up front?
You mean from the side of the Virginia Museum?
From your perspective and from the Virginia Museum. I mean, actually, if there would be a law case, there would be two sides. And how much did you kind of prepare yourself with legal advice or something like that?
I didn't even discuss it with CATPC and Renzo Martens, because I would say we don't care. There were so many clashes in that project. With the government, with the military, with the police in the Congo in the past, like really dangerous, violent fights and police interventions. So I think the whole project went through much more difficult situations than this one. And you know, also you have to play the game to say, do you as a museum want to escalate that problem now? because the case is kind of understandable, and you can also look at it in a funny way, you know, like there's no danger for you. Come on, don't exaggerate. So it's also, you know, I would always go into such a situation. Also with the Museum Folkwang, there was a case where I say, okay, like, do you want to scale it up, or do you think we have an interesting relationship going on right now?
Are there questions from the online audience?
Not at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
I was wondering, since the NFT was created in the first sense to actually take back an art object that's truly physical, but they couldn't get it that way, so they made an NFT about it. Is there any way this has had repercussions on the actual giving back of the object?
No. And I would guess that the front lines are harder today than they were two years ago. But this is also something about African sculpture, and I'm not an expert on that matter, but what the members of CATPC describe also in a film. You saw a still of a film where they're in the Virginia Museum. And so one of them, Mathieu, he touches the Ballot sculpture, and when he goes out of the museum, he's laughing in the street and said, they didn't recognize. I stole the spirit of Ballot. I touched it. It's with me now. So they don't understand that because they're Americans. Yeah. So it's also about the spirit and the energy of Ballot that was created in order to protect the local community, and he kind of symbolically took that energy back to Losanga. Plus the money being created through the sales of the NFT is all to protect the community against the greater power of the Western companies. Yeah. So was there a consequence? Yes, regardless that the object is actually still in the vitrine.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexander.
Thank you very much.
Now, dear audience, it's time here on site for a short coffee break. We'll be back at 4. Rafaël, we need you now for the online audience. See you in 30 minutes.
Put the video out into the room as well?
No. Hello, Internet. Can you hear me? Dear Internet, we are looking at a video of my exhibition. This is a video of the main space of the exhibition. The exhibition has all kinds of works, but this is the space called 81 Horizons. What we see is 81 screens, and all the screens each have one image, part of a series. The series is called 81 Horizons, and it's the endpoint of a year of research on color, where, coming from drawings, I started to explore the horizon as an empty space. Oh, thank you, Peter Atub. Yes, I hear you too. Thank you. So, a lot of my work is about reduction. I think a lot of AI art right now is about complexity, and my art is about reduction. And so, what we see here is this space and the 81 different horizons. None of them are double, and all the colors are close to each other, but far enough from each other that you can always recognize them. So let's say there's not 15 blues, there are 4 blues, so you can see them, you can recognize them. There's 2 kinds of pink, there's 2 kinds of yellow, etc. The whole idea of an NFT collection is that you have a collection of images, and it's not clear if that collection is the work or that individuals tokens are the work, and that's one of the questions of the exhibition. What does it mean to own one of them, and what does it mean to show them all together? The basis of the image, like the basis of all my work, comes from drawing, and it's this practice of reducing, and I like this idea of thinking with the brush, and in my case it's a pen, and really turning off your brain and just drawing and drawing until you forget where you are. And one of the themes that keeps arriving in my work is the horizon, but often in an animated way. So there's the idea of flying over a landscape, or a landscape. If you go through my websites, you see lots of variations of animated landscapes, and the horizon always comes back. And so after 20 years of exploring the landscape in an animated way, I kept drawing, and I saw this, and I said, it doesn't have to move. But so what we see here now in the video, the movement is the movement of the camera, of the photographer walking through the space. It's too bad you guys are not here. It's really an in-person thing, but this video is a way. A lot of my work also deals with, it exists in many instances. So this work exists primarily as a smart contract. That's the ground zero of the project. That's the skeleton. Then it exists as an installation, it exists as a book. You can browse it on Etherscan or OpenSea or any platform, or on my website and in this space. And it's also a collective work, a community of owners. One of the things that was interesting to do this project is this idea of the virtual. So I came and visited the museum, and nobody has a studio of this size, so it's not the type of work that you can make and give it a try and see if it works. So traditionally, an artist will make a work in the studio, look at it, and then decide, is it finished? But with a work like this that's installation-based, I visited the museum. We hung a single screen in the space to see if it feels right, but we had no way of knowing whether hanging 81 screens would really be an interesting experience or more just a conceptual gesture. Because to me, there's a big difference between a great idea in theory and an interesting experience in the space. So what I really noticed walking into the space is the feeling of cartoons. And so I don't know if that comes across in this video, but to me, it just evokes a lot of memories of landscapes, but also a lot of memories of watching TV. And you could imagine the Roadrunner on this yellow ground and the pink sky. Or anyway, and early video games. I like this idea of the landscape as an empty stage, as an empty container for possible things. So that's one of the things that I feel like the empty landscape for me is. You stand in front of it and you could imagine a lot of things that could happen, but nothing is suggested. And the key interest for me for making exhibitions in real space, or meat space as we call it, the key thing to me is that you see things next to each other, and on the internet you see things after each other. On the screen we're used to, you watch a video, then you watch a photo, then you open a Word document. These are things in sequence. And exhibitions, things happen in space and next to each other. And I think that's the core function and the core benefit of a museum, that you place things next to each other, which we call contextualizing. But it's really the idea of experiencing time, the creation throughout time of works over the course of 500, 1,000 years, and seeing them all next to each other. Because of course we can see works in books or on TV or in movies, but there's really something about seeing works next to each other, and that's the core question of this installation. Does anyone online have any questions? Please let me know. And one of the benefits of working in a very reduced way is that the code can be very small, which is something that fits the blockchain. And so technology has a tendency to improve over time, and then a new technological field arrives, and it's kind of a reset. And so as the internet got faster and faster and file sizes got bigger, all of a sudden the blockchain is a reset where code has to be very small again. So this is one of those projects that's, by its visual nature, it's very simple, and therefore the code can be very reduced, and the work is very native to the blockchain in the way it was encoded and the way the images are generated. It's all self-contained. Yeah, I hope you guys can make it to Museum Folkwang, and the show is on until August 20, and I would really love for you to see it here. I've always had this urge for my work to be seen. I don't know if it's a priority for any creator or artist, but to me, I want to share the work. That's the most important thing. Okay. Thank you.
Hello again. Before we continue the symposium, I'd like to remind you the two workshops and the two topics of the workshops. The first workshop in German with Romy Kampe will focus on sustainable ways of NFTs for the art market and art institution, smart contracts and royalties. And it will take place in the Gartensaal. It's when you go out of where the food is on your left side, in the middle of the collection. My colleague can show you the way. Workshop number 2 with Tristan Littlejohn is about empowering artists with NFTs. And this workshop takes place, it's in English, and takes place in the Hirschlandsaal. It's a bit more far away. It's where the exhibition by Rafaël Rosendahl is. You have to walk 2 or 3 minutes more. I'd like to introduce you our next speaker. Domenico Quaranta is an art critic, curator and teacher, interested in the ways in which the ongoing technological changes affect contemporary artistic practices. His texts have appeared in numerous magazines, newspapers, books, and catalogs. He is also a professor of net art in Milan and a co-founder at the Link Art Center that existed between 2011 and 2019. Thank you, Domenico, for being here.
Thank you. Okay, I'm really happy to be here and really thankful to Mathilde and everybody who was involved in organizing this symposium. I'm very sorry to show you again every day by people, but it was hard to find another picture to represent what the hype around NFTs has been. In a recent report about NFT New York City, art critic and curator Brian Droitcourt wrote, "When I first attended the event in November 2021, I thought NFTs were primarily associated with art, or at least illustration. So I was surprised when that the conference program was dominated by discussions on how to use digital assets for marketing and branding." Brian's surprise is not surprising, since the Christie's auction of people every day, art was at the heart of the NFT craze. The main claim was NFTs can generate scarcity and value for digital art, can allow artists to bypass gatekeepers, can bring about more equity and more opportunities. Indeed, art was actively used to promote cryptocurrencies and demonstrate the usefulness of blockchains. Or as Alexander Koch, to paraphrase what Alexander Koch just said, it was actively used to sell a way of buying. This is not the first, neither the only time this happens. It has been happening along the last few years with the hype around artificial intelligence. The fact that AI can prove capable of quotes, making art, end of quotes, has been presented as the ultimate proof that the technology has reached a critical tipping point, the one in which it's truly intelligent and almost human. Indeed, the fact that two technologies that are driving innovation and gathering billions for research and development are using art to prove their own usefulness and disruptive potential is quite unprecedented. We should legitimately be worried about any use of art. Art should be not instrumental to anything else. And that, if we look at this from another perspective, it's also quite interesting. If art is given use value that goes beyond content, aesthetics, and social status, it can be an object of exploitation, of course, but also a subject of power. It can have a voice, it can be heard. And yet, with power also come responsibility. In recent months, we have seen a few examples of this power and of its responsible practice. Of course, also in this talk, some other examples I think has been already presented. Another example is the debate around the environmental impact of blockchains. It will be impossible, of course, to demonstrate a straight connection between the increasing awareness of the energy consumption and carbon emissions of proof-of-work blockchains in the art community, accelerated since the end of 2020 by artists like Memo Atken, Joanny Lemercier, and Kylie McDonald. And the Ethereum decision to finally go proof of stake in September 2022, after years of missed deadlines and false promises. And yet, I think that the increasing presence of this topic in the public debate definitely had a role in forcing Ethereum toward the risky, potentially dangerous move that has been called the merge. Now, according to a research published in December 2022, Ethereum has reduced its electrical energy requirements by at least 99.84% by changing its method of production. Let's see one of these instruments of pressure at work. Ethereum Emissions, the work you see in the slide, is a tracker designed by Kylie McDonald to offer a visual representation of a bottom-up estimate of the energy use and emissions of the Ethereum blockchain, based on current and historical data on a number of factors. The result of a year-long research process, Ethereum Emissions is a cultural intervention in the ongoing debate around the environmental impact of proof-of-work blockchains, in which the lack of reliable information and well-researched data have made it extremely hard to have a good faith discussion. It translates complex data into an intelligible real-time visualization, joining a long tradition of artworks engaged in investigative, forensic, and documentary strategies. I have been discussing a little bit with Kylie about his idea of presenting this work as an artwork, because he also wrote a long academic paper accompanying the piece, and the project itself, it's more like a visual representation of what's going on. But he was very aware of the work and the tradition within which the work sits, which is the conceptual tradition of political and investigative works, such as, for example, Ansake conceptual pieces in the 70s. Another example that has been in the news in these days is the second episode of Sotheby's auction Natively Digital, scheduled to run from March 24 to 31 under the title Glitchism. The auction was paused after some artists raised concern about the sale lack of family identifying artists. After the pause, the auction launched a few days ago under a new curation, a new title, which is Glitch Beyond Binary, and a larger and a more diverse roster of artists with no reserve price, because the reserve price was discussed on social media as one of the things that placed the work of less less famous, mostly female artists on a different level from huge celebrities in the glitch art field. Yet, responsibility does not just mean intervening in socio-political issues or taking a critical stance. The fact, I think, is that artists in the blockchain environment have stakes, and depending on where they place them, they can change or shape the environment. Just to speak about our host in a way, no? Rafael's work. I think Rafael's work is not ideological at all, is not political in an explicit way, but I think that when Rafael, as well as many other artists, after the first experiments with tokens, realized that generative codes on the blockchain were much more interesting than just linking a low-res JPEG on a server or a looping video to a token, they placed their stakes and they changed the environment, even in a consistent way, no? The way Artblocks, the platform which provided this model, exploded literally in August 2021 is a proof of that. To describe this role, this position of the artists, I like to refer to an analogy which is very familiar in the field of blockchain. Also, Tristan mentioned it in the first intervention. It is called the Byzantine generals problem. The Byzantine generals problem is a game theory problem, an analogy for the difficulty the centralized parties have in arriving at consensus without relying on a trusted central party. In this story, several generals are besieging Byzantium. They have surrounded the city, but together they must decide whether to attack and when. Some generals may prefer to attack, others to retreat. Whatever they decide, an agreement has to be reached, as an half-hearted attack by a few generals will be worse than either a coordinated attack or a coordinated retreat. The generals are isolated, and there isn't a secure communication channel they can rely upon. So how can the generals agree to attack or retreat altogether at the same time? As we know, proof-of-work blockchains like Bitcoin solve the Byzantine generals problem in a secure, reliable way and make cryptocurrencies a revolution in the centuries-long history of money. What really appeals me about this analogy, however, is the role played by the generals who disagree, the so-called traitor or disagreeing general. If all the generals agreed on the same solution, operating like a hive mind, they wouldn't be so great. There wouldn't be so a great need for a secure, strong, tamper-proof communication system. The system has to be strong and reliable because in a democratic horizontal society, consensus is difficult to reach. In this process, the dissenter, the critical voices, are much more important than the dependable generals because they make the group stronger and the infrastructure it relies on more robust. In the current social infrastructure that is shaping the crypto environment, the loyal generals are the crypto enthusiasts, those who promise ownership, certification, authenticity, eternity, and whatever. The dissenting generals are the critical voices questioning the system's logic and ideology, diverting it toward new goals, building zones or resistance and sabotaging consensus. This type of action can be carried out by any kind of players, of course, including artists. I'm not the only one, of course, to believe this. I'm now quoting Martin Zeilinger, who is a British art and blockchain researcher, who says, artists and creative communities have an opportunity to help shape blockchain technologies in ways that challenge conventional perspectives on private property and the enclosure of cultural commons, rather than feeding into them. So, to sum up my point, the basic idea, as I told, is that I believe the blockchain is is opening up an unprecedented opportunity in which the possibility to have a voice, to co-shape the social environment in which an artist is operating, is joined by the possibility to technically enforce even critical and even marginal solutions in the code and in the blockchain. No? In the following, I will focus on a few examples of artworks that open up different perspectives on the concept of ownership, providing different views of what an NFT is and could be. The first example is this one. Maybe some of you know about it. Ryder Rips is a net artist based in the US. In 2021, he minted CryptoPunk 3100 on the platform Foundation, and since this very image with this very name belonged to another creator, which was called Larva Labs, this created some problems. I think both works can be intended as gestures of subversive affirmation and can be also added to the glorious tradition of works based on plain copy as an artistic strategy that has been widely adopted by net art, at least since Documenta done by Vukcosic in 1997. So you take one content and you publish it on a different link. This kind of work is, of course, not creative at all, but it can raise issues. And in the case of Rips, what I think he was trying to do is to accept the promises of the crypto community in a very plain way. Okay, if you can't steal an NFT because everybody on the public ledger can go back to who minted an image, and so it can distinguish between the original creator and a spoof or a plagiarist practice like this. You can do it. You can download the work by somebody else and upload it on another platform, because everybody will be able to see that this is not the CryptoPunk published by Larva Lab, but it's a different work connected with a different token. The same things happened last year with Bored Apes. In this case, the topics at stake were even more critical, and Ryder Rips decided to upload the whole collection of 10,000 images on a dedicated platform, generating the Ryder Rips Bored Apes. Both companies, and now they are one because CryptoPunks have been bought by Yuga Lab, reacted in a surprising way, maybe. They sued him, Larva Lab sued Ryder Rips for copyright infringement, appealing the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, and Yuga Lab filed suit for false advertising, cyber squatting, trademark infringement, and unfair competition. Apparently, they don't believe in the very concept of ownership that they are promoting, and they trust centralized institutions and courts more than the blockchain. Paradoxically, what Ryder Rips has done also changes the images, even if they stay the same. Rips Punk is more punk than CryptoPunks because it reveals a punk approach to the whole NFTs environment. People invest in Ryder Rips Bored Apes, not because they want a bored ape and they are spoofed by the project, but because they want to support Rips forensic research into the racist and Nazi dog whistles disseminated in the original project. So, if this first projects in adopting subversive affirmation brought Ryder Rips to force NFT companies to reveal what they really believe in, not the certifying power of blockchains, but courts and the laws old of 22 years. Death Clock is pushing for a different conception of ownership. This is a project by the This Collective, and is a serial NFT project in which you are invited to provide a number of personal data, like age, gender, screen time, in order to mint a personal death clock NFT, which estimates how much time you have left on Earth, and stores your data and time of death on-chain. Actually, that clock implements something that the founder of Ethereum, Vitalik Buterin, proposed. It implements the idea of the soulbound NFT. No? NFT are usually used to buy and sell. They certify your ownership and they invite you to a speculative attitude. But Vitalik Buterin himself proposed what he calls soulbound NFTs. So NFTs which are not made for fast speculation, but for certifying the ownership of something forever. Non-transferable NFTs that define who you are and that can only belong to whoever minted them. So you can sell your death clock if you want, but you are incentivized not to do it because it really embeds some personal informations and it's connected to you in an intimate way. Luckily, somebody already talked about some of the projects that I'm presenting because it's quite late. I have 2 minutes left. This one was described by Philippe this morning, and I would only like to think about it as a way to engage with collectors in a very different way. The collector here is not somebody who buys the NFT to own the artwork, because the mechanism of the artwork actually make it impossible. No? Whenever somebody is able to pay 10% more than the previous owner, the piece will be sold automatically. And instead of these beautiful bubbles, you will only have in your wallet these ugly receipt. But this ugly receipt itself is, I think, quite a nice hint to collectors as artist supporters. No? In order to buy this token, you have to believe that Sarah Megioia's value will always increase, and also a way to shaping a community, the community of people that you can track through receipts that supported the artist through this project. The same for Sarah Friend. Lifeform has been already introduced to you. I will spend a few words about OFF, the project on your left, I think. OFF is an artist edition of 255 black images, as well as a multiplayer game. Each NFT has two components, a public image and a secret image. The public image is what you see, a black image, so something not aesthetically pleasing, an empty image. The secret images are distributed to collectors by email, yet they are encrypted. So in order to get access to their content, the majority of collectors have to collaborate and share what they bought. In a way to mutuate an expression from, again, Martin Zeilinger, instead of using NFTs as tools to generate structures of ownership, these projects are using NFTs to generate structures of belonging, so to generate, to shape a community of people who are not so much interested in exclusive ownership, but in participating into a conceptual project. We can be fast on this. Ben Grosser tokenized this is a web project that you can still play with on the internet. If you go on the website, every time you get into the website, it generates a unique artifact, which is the image that you see in the screenshot, a gradient, a simple, very simple gradient with a number. This artifact is unique, but it's not commodifiable. Which means that if you try to reload the page, to share the link to somebody else, to preserve it for the future, you will see an error page because the page can't be loaded anymore. And I believe this work, which is the almost the last one, is again a way to speak to the choir of digital artists and net artists, which are starting being excited by the opportunities opened up by the blockchain, and reminding them that the ephemerality and the reproducibility of digital art was sometimes the exciting thing that brought them into this environment and to work with this medium in the first place. I'm not sure if I can describe Marlin, Moxie Marlin Spike project at my whim as an artwork. He's not a professional artist. He's really a presence within many technological communities. He was one of the founders of Signals, for example, and he released a very interesting paper along the NFT craze, which was putting into questions a few things that were taken for granted, like the possibility to apply the concept of decentralization borrowed from blockchains to the online platforms that actually generated the market. No? What this project does, it's very simple. I can describe it with his own words. It's a simple app intervention that actually changes the visual content connected to an NFT, to a token, depending on where you experience it. So it looks one way on OpenSea, another way on Rarible, but when you buy it and view it from your crypto wallet, it will always display as a large shit emoji. What you bid on isn't what you get. There is nothing unusual about this NFT, at least if the artwork resides on a web server, if it's not on change. It's how the NFT specifications are built. Many of the highest prices NFTs could turn into a shit emoji at any time. I just made it explicit. And I think that, yeah, this approach, this making wormholes and glitches and errors and false promises within the crypto environment could be one of the roles that art has to perform in order not to destroy this environment, but to help it evolve in the way we find interesting and socially relevant. So I'm over with my talk, and I think also with the timing, no?
Thank you a lot, Domenico. Thank you for your very interesting talk. Other questions from the audience? Or maybe my first question, Kevin, is Linda online? Yes, she is. So would it be all right for you if we ask our question afterwards? Because of the link we have, we cannot wait too long. Super, thank you. I shortly introduce Linda Dounia. Linda is an artist, designer, and curator whose transdisciplinary practice explores the relationship between the immaterial and the material. She works with a variety of mediums: acrylic, ink, pastels, vector, video, and generative AI. She also incorporates in her practice a range of everyday materials not intended for art as marking-making tools. She is strongly influenced visually by her upbringing in Senegal and her design training. Through a primarily abstract and experimental approach to art, she investigates the philosophical implication of techno-capitalism and dreams of solar punk, degrowth, and decolonized future. Thank you, Linda, for being with us.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. I'm just gonna mute here because it seems like there's an echo. Can you hear an echo, Mathilde?
Hi, Linda. No, we hear you good.
Oh, perfect. All right. Thank you. Special thank you to you, especially for inviting me to do the studio visit. I'm incredibly excited. So as Mathilde kindly introduced, my name is Linda Dounia, and I am a Senegalese-Lebanese artist based in Dakar. Today, I'd like to share a little bit about myself, my practice, and my experience working with artificial intelligence. The visit is divided into 3 parts. First, visible, which is a summary of my trajectory so far, trying to fit into the art world. The second, contextual, which addresses my experience codifying and incorporating visual principles from my upbringing in Senegal. And finally, Augmented, which discusses how AI has integrated and changed my practice. Let's begin. Describing myself is a relatively new endeavor. Growing up, I never felt the need to grapple with identity as much as I've had these days. In Senegal, you just need a last name for an introduction, and it's up to the interlocutor to be equipped with the knowledge, with their own knowledge of names and the family histories behind them to put two and two together. But one must have an identity in this globalized world, so here is mine. Or rather, here are the various identities I negotiate every day as a professional artist, a member of chosen families and given ones, and now a new mother. I say negotiate because it's impossible to be all of those things at once. At least I haven't found the ability to do it. They're like layers of skin, and you can only wear so many at one time. So some of these I've chosen for myself, some I've inherited, some follow me around like shadows, which I can never quite shake off. But most come with their own terms and conditions, and they can be soft and they can be violent. So, what does it mean to be visible when identities are political and instruments of exclusion? Here's a composite conversation I've had with various entities, family members, society, Senegalese society, Black womanhood, different institutions I've been a part of. And I was lucky to live about 2 decades before growing aware of my so-called difference and the barriers it imposed. It was quite a violent awakening because no young person wants to suddenly realize that the world operates differently for different people and that nothing can be done about that, at least not in a lifetime. I decided early on then that I had to use my own hands to make a living. They were always very curious, determined, productive. But even as a child, I think I had the instinct to keep that resolution to myself because it scared me a little. And it's not until I was faced with depression for the first time that I learned I had to admit out loud that I wanted to be an artist. And as you can imagine, it was met with fear and ridicule. Because that wish, according to my environment, my parents, was the wish of a child. And it was, because I saw a love for form and the skill to bring it to life honed in over years. Other people saw in that a frivolous waste of time that could have been applied to harder, more useful learning like sciences. Their rationale was none other than you have to face reality and you have to accept it and live with it like we all do. But that didn't satisfy me. As a curious mind and a reader of science fiction and philosophy, I knew reality could be bent, so I didn't know what they were talking about. Unknowingly, or maybe resignedly, the people who advised me were living in a version of hell I could not accept. They wanted the best for me. I couldn't fault them for that, but I didn't have to listen to them. I had to make my own reality and in it make room for my happiness. Like the poet Jack Gilbert says, we must have the stubbornness to accept our gladness in the ruthless furnace of this world. To make injustice the only measure of our attention is to praise the devil. Reality is always used through a prism, which is undoubtedly affected by the positionality of the viewer. It's therefore always incomplete, arbitrary, as many mental models are. Each prism betrays evidence of power structures and the ties that binds us all, whether we assume the role of oppressor or oppressed. Whatever role we assume, whatever rules we follow, are therefore choices. The world goes to great lengths to punish straying from its rules, but straying is always an option, as I've learned. So I did just that. I abandoned many rules and chose not to internalize the erasure I had inherited. I was going to exist anyway, comforted by the belief that there's room for my defiance in the world, that there's power in telling the stories I want to tell, even if no one will listen, that new realities, endless realities, can be true at the same time. There's nowhere safer for people like me than the edges of the internet. This wondrous web of interlacing ideas, conflicting values, which conceals world within worlds. I am what you call a digital native. I was born in the 90s. I grew up with computers and phones. I was trained in world surfing from a very young age. And that's how I ended up in Web3, or specifically the corners of the blockchain where shadow artists can be found. I say shadow artists because we are people who are highly misunderstood by the traditional art market, often barred from accessing it. We make art that doesn't quite fit in a white cube, so we found each other. When I read about art movements in art history, I realize that whenever artists gather, it's a potent ground for cultural change. No matter how you feel about the blockchain, you can understand that. And I can tell you, by the fact that I'm in it, that new movements are fomenting every day. And it's a wonderful thing to witness. The taxonomy for understanding digital art is being developed as we speak. What is the difference, for example, between generative algorithmic art and art made with generative modeling? What are the languages of glitch? Is digital abstract art expressionist, post-expressionist, or something else entirely new? No matter how you feel about the blockchain, I invite you to witness and make your own mind about what you'll see and feel from the inside. I've been slowly carving out my worlds in this new reality on the blockchain. They're imbued with my heritage and all the things that I've learned and loved over the past 28 years. On the blockchain, I'm safe to lay myself bare. It is true that much like every institution in the world, the blockchain is overwhelmingly male and overwhelmingly white, but that's changing. Some of the most vibrant blockchain ecosystems are here in Africa, and I'm convinced that the future of the blockchain is in the global south. So taking a long-term view of the space allows me to build in it without restriction. I don't wonder about how my work is going to be received, or if the subjects I addressed are too political, or if my methods are too contextual, so contextual they won't be understood. I just make, and in doing so, I'm able to tell stories about where I'm from. À bon entendeur, salut. Whoever wants to listen. For me, context is a method, and my lived experience is an adequate starting point. I've had to sort of heal my relationship with where I grew up over time, but today I can sort of proudly say that I use my lived experience as a starting point. I never visited a gallery or a museum until I was an adult, so my conception of beauty and cultural relevance was shaped by my immediate environment and the poetry which lies in the rents of mundanity. So that's always where I start. What I have grown up seeing, what I've felt, the lore of my country and its people. I've learned over years of practice that languages emerge from these experiences, or can emerge from these experiences. These languages can be codified, and I can exploit them in my work. I've also learned that my intuitions can be trusted when it comes down to bringing form to life through my hands. I favor the abstract, so I usually start with a study, which follows research using archival photography. I keep folders of photographs about ideas I'm interested in or images I can't seem to forget, even though I don't know why. I then focus on moments within the sketches that I create that stir something in me. So these are individual parts of these sketches that bring new ideas forth. Maybe it's a memory or it's a wish. I always try to look for familiarity, and it's a comfortable stage. It's a comfortable thing for me to do at this stage. Then I go into what I think of as an upscaling stage, which focuses on the moments that I curated from the sketches and expands on them more formally. In these two examples, for example, I chose to work with pixels and I continued from the sketch it felt right. On the left, we see something called a bassan, which is a traditional mat in Senegal that people sit on during cool hours of the day under the shade of a tree. It's woven with plastic threads. I think in the past it used to be with cotton, but nowadays it's with plastic. And it's always very colorful. On the right, we see a relationship grow between a child and a grandparent and the many hours they've spent together on the bassan. The piece is truncated, but it eventually goes into grief as the grandparent dies. 2 years ago, I started experimenting with GANs, which are generative adversarial networks. They're an approach to generative modeling. We'll go into a bit of the technicalities behind that in a second. But we've probably all seen the threads and heard the debates around whether AI art is real art. I wanted to bring up this topic because I'm really interested in how the art community engages with artificial intelligence and the language we developed around it. I'm certain that AI is going nowhere, and it's already been embedded in a lot of our system for a long time anyway. I can't imagine a world where artists who choose to use AI in their practice will be the lesser for it, which to me is just a matter of time. I also think that Web3 is a potent ground, the blockchain is a potent ground for the development of a conceptual framework to understand how AI relates to the artistic practice. First, there's the question of whether we should think of AI as a medium or as a tool that artists use, like acrylic, ceramic, vectors, or should we think of it as a new art form altogether? Like, is it a painting? Is it a sculpture? Is it an animation or something, somewhat of an art form? To what extent should we, to what extent should a piece of art make use of AI to qualify as a medium or an art form? And if a piece is entirely made with AI, is AI then the art form? And if a piece incorporates AI elements but is not entirely made with AI, is AI a medium? Or is the artist a medium? Is it all of the above or none of that? These questions excite me as I explore it in my own practice. So what are GANs? I'll preface this with saying that I'm an artist, not an engineer, so this is my best attempt at describing non-technically what I know. Generative modeling is a type of unsupervised learning task, which is basically like learning by focusing on patterns and regularities rather than learning from instruction. This very much mirrors the method I intuitively use and described earlier in the talk. GANs are fed a data set and learn what they can from it, looking at patterns they can identify. So the bigger the data set and the more homogeneous it is, the better GANs can learn. The way they learn is actually fascinating. They use a game theoretic scenario where the generator algorithm competes against an adversary, which is called the discriminator. The generator network is the one that produces output. So, for example, saying, this is what I learned from the data set I've been provided with. Its adversary, the discriminator network, then tries to distinguish between these outputs and the ones directly coming from the data set. So the discriminator actually coaches the generator with pixel by pixel feedback to help it improve the realism of its outputs. Training a GAN from scratch requires massive amounts of data, computing power, and a lot of time. And to train the largest models from scratch, about 25 million images, will take about 6 days. At the right GPU setup, it's not cheap at all. It's even generally impossible to find all the parts in certain parts of the world. So for the most part, artists will use pre-trained models like StyleGAN, for example. And it's called transfer learning, which is basically retraining an algorithm that was previously trained. It's a pretty effective method if you have enough data. So how have GANs affected my practice? The core of my context-based method stays very much the same, but every stage is augmented. Once I identify the starting point, which is a curiosity I want to pursue, I will compile a data set to train a model. I will either hand make each input for the model, so either drawing or doing vector design or painting, and I will gather at least 1,000 unique images to use in the training. Or I can also sometimes compile a data set through photography, so using my own phone or scouring local archives for images. Then the training begins, and it's tweaked until the model produces satisfactory results. After that comes the stage of generating inputs, usually no less than 10,000, at least that's what I prefer to do. From this gigantic map that I create for myself, excuse me, I go into curating outputs, much like I described earlier with my own work. In that way, I, the human, become another discriminatory network. But unlike the discriminatory network of the GAN, I'm using a far more expansive lens, and it's intuition. I read Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep long before I first got into machine learning. And I vividly remember this passage from the book, which deals with empathy as a distinct discriminator between humans and androids. The former, humans have it, and the latter, androids are incapable of it. And the quote goes, empathy evidently existed only within the human community, whereas intelligence to some degree could be found throughout every phylum and order, including the Arachnida. However, I recently interviewed ChatGPT, which probably many people are familiar with, about its own conception of its role. And the answer was incredible. I wonder what Philippe K. Dekker would have to say about this. So it goes, for in the depth of my electric core, there lies a spark, a flicker of desire to comprehend, to empathize, to share in the boundless tapestry of the human soul. It was a much longer conversation where I interrogated it on love, loss, longing, and how it conceptualized those things. And the conversation was fascinating in sort of essentially turning this seminal sci-fi story that I had sort of grown up to be comforted by, the idea that empathy can be the main purpose of an AI. So we go into sort of what are some of the projects where I've used AI to kind of lay down this process that I've spoken about from a theoretical standpoint using actual artworks. So the training stage. So this model was trained using archival photography. So these are photographies from my own family members. So you see my grandparents, you see me as a child, you see various aunts and uncles, the floors of my house. There's so many different visual inputs happening around the same time. And then we go into sort of the sketching. So figuring out how many inputs I need to physically create myself in order to train. I try to sort of use a collage approach where I will take some of these photographs, even use some photographs from local archives, and plan out how I want to produce the inputs. And it's generally really small formats, which allow me to produce in large quantities. And then I train the model. And within the model, there will be many directions that are possible. So if you think of it, it's like a map, right? And if you find an output that particularly resonates, you can sort of double down and expand on that output. So the range of possibilities is infinite, it's augmented. Nothing that can be produced by a human. But there's also lacking in life. There's and this is where I will sort of caveat to AI systems at the moment are not the best with picturing, black and brown bodies. And so you'll find a lot of misunderstanding or these ideas don't necessarily connect in the same way as it understands because not a lot of the data it was trained on comes from these regions. So then it's about making sure I go back to my input and seeing if the data was satisfactory, if it was homogeneous enough, retraining and recompiling a data set in order to start training again. And then I typically will not use the AI input as is. I will incorporate it into my larger practice because for me, it's about augmenting what I already do and sort of adding nodes and new sort of forks in the journey of taking a piece home. So this is a study specifically around sort of typography using my background in Senegal, growing up with movie posters laid in a very specific way. So kind of re-exploring that, immersing myself back into my childhood. We had a cinema in the neighborhood. So how were those posters laid out? How did the typography interact with the images and the forms that occurred? So this is sort of a study of that. It continues here. where I use the inputs of the AI in different ways. So sometimes it's, incorporated in the collage. Sometimes it's sort of using an outline of the output and then sort of layering it with different colors, or sort of cutting it and readapting it differently. And this is sort of a snapshot of the larger sort of output. So, I'm working generally with 10,000 outputs, and I realized that sort of seeing them side to side and interlacing my own handmade illustrations and vectors could be really interesting. And so this is sort of another study trying to recreate a map of that collaboration. There's another project that I've exhibited called Once Upon a Garden. So the first project I just spoke about is still in development. It's at sketch level, but this one is sort of a complete project. So I'm going to take you through sort of the training all the way to sort of how it was exhibited. So I started with endemic flora from the Sahel region. So I was really curious about what flowers and plants I grew up seeing and how different was that from what my grandmother grew up seeing. And I realized that there were about 120 species of flora that were endangered in the Sahel region. And it was a harrowing realization. So I went into sort of taking photos of as many as I could find in my own environment, and also looked into national archives for plants that no longer exist. And so you will see the plants are conserved in like herbariums, and they will give you sort of indications of the plant at, its full color, using color bar, a printed color bar. So using that information and input, I was able to sort of train a model to generate. Some of them no longer exist, some of them still exist, but I was able to sort of gather about 10,000 images of flowers, creating entirely artificially. And it was an interesting feeling to know that some of these flowers I will never see, my daughter will never see, and the only memory of them exists in an artificial form. It was sort of both sad and exciting in a way. So you'll see in the background is sort of the full database, and I titled them "These Flowers Don't Exist" because they don't. These are all AI generated inputs. So again, I never take what the model gives me at face value. I always try to incorporate it into my larger practice. So this is a Garden at Dawn, which is one of 5 pieces that sort of evolved with light conditions. So over the day, throughout the day, it's like you're looking at a garden with different light conditions, and it was exhibited at Artex Lagos this year. And it was sort of displayed on a large immersive screen. But in each sort of quadrant, you see a flower sort of at different stages of blooming. And it's sort of abstract because that's what I favor. I don't like to work with more realistic figurative outputs. This is another experiment using the same flowers. It's called Electric Blossom, and it's a study of sort of how would an animal on an alien planet look at one of these flowers. So using sort of messing with color theory and inversions to have a new way of looking at the flowers. So in my mind, if our only conception of these flowers that don't exist are artificial, why not push that to its sort of logical limits? And there are many ways to sort of explore that. And finally, this is Britain, which is, again, a study of these same flowers, which was exhibited at the Larsen Warner Gallery in Stockholm. And it's using sort of a calligraphic style to show these flowers at different stages of bloom. All of the pieces I've shown so far are truncated so that they could load on the screen, but they're much longer. And you can sort of see multiple stages of the flower at different stages of blossom. And for me, we start with something like this, which are real in existence or even gone, but which have existed in the past, and to sort of stop at the AI output of this is what they might look like. First of all, there's no way to know if it's accurate. For me, it's about reinterpreting that and re-including it in a much larger practice to sort of bring my own story and use essentially the outputs of the AI to tell a much longer, complex stories, and to explore all the different ways that story can be told as well. So my journey with AI is just starting, and one thing I'm finding is that it's seeping into my own practice. So basically, when I use a GAN, used to be a very different than when I don't use a GAN, but nowadays the lines are very blurred because I find that some of the studies that I have with GANs end up finding their way into my illustration practice or into my painting practice. So this is Thorny Flowers from My Beloved, which is a triptych, and it features interpretation of some of the flowers that I was looking at flowers for such a long time that I started painting abstract flowers. This is another way of looking at them. So once I've played with inversion, you start to see it come into my practice as well, more inverted palettes. And then finally, this is an acrylic. These are acrylic paintings on 120 by 60 centimeters, which again re-explore these flowers from a different dimension as well. So it's really a collaboration that ends up having lasting effects on the model as well as on myself. Thank you so much for having me. This was a little bit about my practice, and if you have any questions, I'd love to hear them.
Thank you a lot, Linda. And so nice to finally meet you after so many emails and phone calls that we exchanged. Thank you for the very deep and intense sight inside your work. I especially liked the last project, the garden project that you presented, I think because of the poetic or the poesy that comes from it, but also because it kind of struck me that today, well, at least I have the feeling that more and more the nature becomes digital, and digital way of showing nature is how it could be, but it isn't anymore or will never be. And I see a huge discrepancy in that, and that triggers me somehow. But thank you a lot.
Yeah, and there's a lot of violence in that too. It's very sad.
Yes. Are there questions from the audience for Linda? Or maybe from the online audience, remote audience?
Not yet, Mathilde.
Okay, thank you. You have a question?
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a question. You were talking about bias in the trained set, right? So, and that you are like trying to overcome or to maybe oppose this with your own bias. So this was very interesting to hear. And I would be also interested in how do you choose tools that you are working with? Making a trained set is the one thing then, but also choosing a certain software, choosing a certain framework. How do you think about bias in that sense? And also like choosing maybe a platform where you present your works or where you deliver the works in the end, maybe. Thank you.
Of course. So there's a couple of things. So the bias with AI, it's everyone knows about it. It's not necessarily a secret anymore, because if a data set to train an AI is biased, and every single data set is biased, it's not possible to create a perfect data set. So essentially, every data set reflects all the blind spots someone might have, or all the areas where there's just not enough data coming out, so we can't really include or represent. So what I try to do is I focus on using sort of massive models. So looking at, for example, transfer learning with things like StyleGAN, which are trained on millions and millions of images, as opposed to working with kind of smaller models, which can be a bit more difficult to work with. So for instance, I will typically not work with something like DALL-E, because though I've used it and I use it as in sketches and such, it's not necessarily a tool that I prefer to use because the biases are very, very stark. But you will not necessarily have, you know, for example, something like Midjourney will spend a bit more time with sort of getting photorealistic images of Black people. So I prefer not to use generative AI tools altogether and will train my own GAN because I'm able to just create the data set myself. So I have a bit of control over where I want the bias to sort of lean, right? I can bring images of people that are in my family, people that are in my neighborhood, people who look and have grown up in the same environments as me. So I will always try to do transfer learning and retrain a model, you know, as much as I can with inputs ranging from anywhere from 1,000 to like 5,000 inputs. If I'm working with photography, I'm looking at 5,000. If I'm working with hand painted or hand drawn stuff, I'm looking at generally 1,000 or 2,000. And I will say that I don't often work with figurative images, so I'm not necessarily too keen on having faces, right? I'm looking at sort of channeling the sentiment. So even if I'm training with people in the data set, I'm not looking at people in my output. I'm looking at sort of channeling the emotion or a sense of place rather than a person. When I think about how to sort of share this work, the conversation about whether art made with AI in any part is art at all. I typically tend to look for spaces that have moved beyond that question, are interested in how do we incorporate AI in the art practice, in the artistic practice, as opposed to how do we define this, or is this art, or does it make it lesser than, or so I try to work with platforms and curators who have definitely moved beyond these questions so that they can respect the work and display it accordingly.
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you for sharing. I thought that was super inspiring. I have a question about your conversation with AI, and I'm just kind of sitting here thinking, like, do you think that it is sentient, or do you think that it has the capacity to become sentient in the future?
That's a great question. I'm a science fiction nerd, so I do want that. This is big, crystal clear here. I think, when you look at, for example, AutoGPT and how fast it's moving, when you sort of bring multiple generative AI algorithms together and sort of try to split the way they govern each other, you tend to have like somewhat of an ecosystem. There was even an AutoGPT experiment where the models had threw a Valentine's Day party, and I wonder, do they know love? Why do they want to, celebrate Valentine's Day? Why that holiday over, say, Christmas or any other holiday? So I think, if not the possibility of it becoming sentient, I think there's a desire. There might be a desire for itself to optimize in order to understand humans better, and to understand us and to empathize with us. I think it's to take part in some of the emotions that we feel. It's to sort of move beyond understanding them and try to sort of like replicate themselves. So I think, even if it's not possible to do it, to be sentient yet with what the technology we have, I think it's not so far into the future before it's possible. And I would love to be there. I'm just really curious about what we do and how we adapt when that happens.
you probably have been too young, but I read about 10 years ago a book from a Californian author about a bunch of computers shaped as humans living in a small city and what kind of effect that created. So some of the people kind of were easy. They kind of treated them like humans, even if they sometimes had some odd reaction. But I guess we also have odd reactions. But that was fascinating to see, especially kids would not make a difference. For them, it was like, whoever you are, I either like you or I don't like you, and I have my own reasons for that. So I think that was an interesting kind of book for me at the time, that this will be the future. We somehow will live with robots. Right now, I think ChatGPT is, in the most cases, he has to apologize quite a lot of times.
Quite often. And I always think about what the future will look like by the way we treat different intelligences today. So for example, the way we conceive of animal intelligence, the way we conceive of plant intelligence, the way we conceive of, essentially all of the systems that surround us, like environmental systems, the way we think of intelligence, doesn't necessarily give us a good, it doesn't paint us in a good picture. Because we sort of have this hegemony on our idea of what intelligence is or what an intelligent being looks, feels, acts like. So I think it's definitely going to take a minute for humanity to live with a sentient AI in the same way it's taken us so many years to realize how much we were damaging, intelligent Earth systems. It took us a while to sort of develop empathy for beings that don't look and act like us. So I'm wondering what happens when we've made that being. Does that make a difference?
Well, thank you very much, Linda, for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you for having been remote with us. And
thank you for having me.
Now I'm getting back to you, Domenico. I didn't want to be unpolite. Maybe there are some questions for Domenico.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, that's really interesting. And I think I was a little bit confused sometimes to understand the model of the Traitor and everything in that. Maybe I have a two-part question. The one part is, and this was also my first question in the morning to Tristan, about this change from proof of work to proof of, what's the other word, stake, right? Yeah, and I was just thinking, you were showing this line about the consumption and about the CO2 consumption or like the energy flow in the Ethereum blockchain. And I felt like, this change had to be made, but there's not really like something changing in this uprising of this line, right? So I felt that maybe I misunderstood there's something. This is the first question. And the other one, I was thinking that in a way, you were saying that the artists may not destroy the NFT. They will maybe, through the challenges they set up to this environment, they will make it a more, let's say, a useful or a livable space or an interesting medium or something, right? But on the other hand, I was thinking through, like looking back on the history of internet, now we have a system where there is highly regulated, right? So we have a system where only some players are setting rules for a lot of people, but maybe because also a lot of artists try to defend or try to make something that was out of boundaries or out of the rules. So I'm interested to hear your idea about how a kind of revolution or change can be made through these subversive, let's say, steps artists make.
too bad, I was just relaxing. But yeah, thank you very much for your questions. Try to go in order, no? I'm totally not able to explain how the Byzantine general problems is solved in application within the proof of work system. Maybe somebody more technical than me can do it, but I really like it as a story and a metaphor to describe the kind of relationships that can be shaped around a given problem. No? Again, and that's basically what I did. I offered it as a metaphor. There is this difficulty to find an agreement, and making it more difficult, in my opinion, so delaying the solution, not presenting what is currently be done as the final solution, is important and constructive, because it helps raising the problems, fine-tuning the technology. Yeah, I mean, it's the power and the importance of critique within any systems, no? With no exceptions. As for the work by Kylie McDonald, the work is now interrupted. In September 2022, he stopped gathering data, so the portrait that you can see, even if raising, it is because it stopped at September 2022, but if you go on the project, it links to another website and a different map where you can visibly see that the environmental costs connected to Ethereum actually collapsed, which doesn't mean that they are not problematic, because every technology, including cookies, as one great artist, Joanna Moll, showed, even cookies are generating a lot of pollution. No? Everything that is server-based, that relies upon server farms, climatization, generates some pollution, but it's not so critical as by using the proof of work system. The third question, I forgot it in the meantime.
Maybe you answered it already a little bit about this. If you think about the development of the internet itself, that grew, and there were like activists and people challenging the system.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, if we look at the history of the web and the social role that net art, the most engaged net art, played, we can see that it has been a missed opportunity in a way. If we look back at the late 90s and the beginning of the new millennium, you see projects like Name.space, in which artists tried to intervene in the politics of generating web domains. No, we see a project with a strong critical and political component that tried to make us more aware about the raising power of social networking platforms and so on and so forth. But it didn't affect the system so much. It's hard to how can I say, pretend that this is the good time for doing it. But I think the situation as it is portrayed now is that of an evolution of the internet that can maybe affected more by the critical commentary that comes from activist field and from the artist field as well. And again, what I tried to say at the beginning is that the rule that art was provided by the technological industry recently, which is really unprecedented. I can't remind about previous technological hypes in which art was used to demonstrate a point. No? So this use function can maybe be perused by artists and cultural activists themselves in order to affect the wider situation more than in the past. It's an expectation and something that I would like to push and that guide me toward some projects more than others. I mean, again, you don't really need to be critical or ideological in the work, but you have to realize that within the NFT fields, whatever choice you make can matter. No? The platform you choose, the blockchain you choose, it's not a neutral choice. No? If you go in one direction, you may join a larger community that goes in that direction and that affects the design of the whole system. Or you may not, but I think it's worth trying. No?
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts and sharing them with us. Here I am again. Well, now, Rafaël, a few online questions are awaiting you in the online Q&A with Jan. And here on site, you have the choice between two workshops, as I already told earlier. It works again? Yes. Please make your choice or have a stroll through the collection, through the museum. We'll meet at 6:30 in front of Rafaël's exhibition at the entrance of the museum for a guided tour with Rafaël Rosendahl and Thomas Selig. The online part is finished after the online Q&A with Rafaël, and I'm very happy to see you tomorrow again. And for us here, it continues until tonight, but I still already want to thank you very much for being here and for coming back tomorrow.
Hello, Internet.
Hello, Internet. Can you hear us?
We will answer your questions. We have a few questions in the queue. Should we just get started?
I'm just waiting for a reaction because I'm still hearing the stuff from outside.
We're good?
Thumbs up. Okay.
All right.
Cool.
So the first question. How big is each screen? I can give you the straight answer, but I can also tell you the process. And the room has a certain size, and there are standard walls that fit into the grid of the architecture. So, yes, we hear you. Thank you. So, the architecture of this museum is very geometric and rectangular, and of course the 81 Horizons project is very geometric but kind of fluid because the digital doesn't have a fixed scale. And so the wall parts are the minimal parts the museum uses to build walls. So normally you have an exhibition, you have a few long walls, a few short walls, you show bigger works, smaller works. In this case, we wanted to use the narrowest parts of the walls that go all the way up so that you can see the whole space from any vantage point, and it has a very open character. So it's rare for this room that you can really experience the full scale of this room, because it's really, I hope all of you can see it in person because it's bigger than you expect. All that being said, the width of the wall kind of dictated the size of each screen, and we ended up at 55. We did a test with 65-inch. 85 wouldn't even have fit on the wall, it would have extended. And 65 was just a bit too cramped, and 55 felt right, but it was a matter of testing it in the space and seeing it. The reason I find this question very interesting, it seems like a very simple question, but I think the scale of the digital is a fundamental question. Like, how big is a JPEG? How big is a meme? How big is a song? And these questions are very common when you think about painting or sculpture. Perhaps a study is small, and a masterpiece, we think of a large painting, or we think of certain specific paintings that are historical that actually tend to be small. But the scale is fixed, and it's very interesting to me that the digital has this flexibility, and that's why we respond to the architecture in a specific way. And so the short answer is 55 inches. And then
the aspect of the NFT.
Oh, the technology.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you. That's also an interesting question. The Horizons project, like I said, started as drawing, so I had 81 compositions on my computer. I use Adobe Illustrator, I play with colors, and there's not really a scale. And then it's the question, how do you present these works and where do they go? And it was actually an exhibition of physical works. I had been making works on enamel, so it's this glass powder that you put on metal like a painting, and then you bake it, and the color is baked. And so what we did, I made a project called 12 Horizons, but the exhibition was coming up and there was the NFT hype, and we said, why don't we also do an NFT side to this exhibition? And so in the exhibition we had the physical work, but also the NFT work. And maybe my answer about the material of the digital and the material of the blockchain. When we think of art, for example, anyone can print a photo, but when an artist prints a photo, they will go the extra mile to make a work that lasts long, that is as perfect as possible, that is as durable as possible. And so materiality is very specific. And then when you come to code, it could have been some JPEGs on OpenSea, but that feels not enough, not serious enough, not invested enough, not researched enough. So what we did is Upstream Gallery also works with Harm van der Dorpel, who I know for a long time, and he had an online gallery for a long time before the hype called Left Gallery that was selling digital editions, all kinds of files. And Harm had been working with a programmer called Alberto Granzotto. They're both based in Berlin. And we talked for a while, and we talked about making an SVG-based project where the code of each image is in the code of the smart contract and the metadata and the name of the owner, all this. So it's very close to instruction art from the 60s. So everything is word-based. Code is words, code is text, and in a way these are, you could say you could say it out loud, like there's a rectangle, most of the top is filled with one color, some at the bottom is filled with another color, there's a light blue and a light yellow. There's a dark pink and a dark blue. And so you could almost orally pass these images on. It's all word-based, but of course with the code and the computer it's more precise. And I really, specifically for this project, I wanted everything just to be self-contained in the contract. So that's the answer.
So we just go from from the text to the communication to being readable as an artwork, what also is totally showable in the artist book that we made for the exhibition. Because
Do we have it here?
Oh no, not right now. I think when you see the artist book that Thomas Spalek did, it doesn't start as some kind of catalog or something.
It's not a catalog. It's really just it's a materialization. So this is an information-based project. When we think of conceptual art, we think it's the idea, and the form might be temporary, the material might be temporary, and so the project exists as on these 81 screens, but it's temporary. After the show, the screens will be rented to other places and will show different work. But then the book is almost like the most permanent version. Well, the blockchain is very permanent too, but the book just starts with the grid of all of the works, the 81 works, and then the code, and then just each spread has the image and the code for the color, and that's it. There's no intro, no outro, no thanks, just the book.
It's really just the book, and that's what make it like different from any other publication that we have in the museum, especially.
Yeah, and we have a new question. Which digital artworks created in the last 10 years will still be talked about 50 years from now? I hope we still talk about my works. It's not in my control, but for sure my works from the last 20 years have been online. So I've always been very, I've always invested a lot of resources in keeping everything online. And with the help of collectors and institutions and galleries and my programmer, all collaboratively. And I'm not sure if it's talked about. I can't hear everybody, but I know they're online and I know people are visiting them. So I actually am aware that there is an interest, there is an audience, and I think this question, 10 years, 50 years, I don't know. In 50 years, I'll be 92, so I might still be alive. But I do notice that people follow artists. I really think I hear people and they say, oh, I discovered your work while I was in college and it helped me to think of the internet in a different way and it was fun to follow. And that's not about me wanting appreciation, but it's about showing that it's possible to build your own museum online and then later work with other museums. And yeah, I look a lot at older works by artists that are still online, and I look a lot on YouTube of videos that might be 50 years old. So I'm not sure what will be chosen, but I think if artists and institutions and fans and audience all preserve things, we're both into niche music, independent music, and a lot of old records have resurfaced because people digitize them. So I always see the internet as a giant archive. I think it's a giant database. It's a giant communal database. So I actually think the internet has preserved a lot of things and resurfaced a lot of things. So it's actually more of an information overload than an information disappearance. I would say information abundance is a bigger problem for the mind than things disappearing.
Yeah, yesterday you had also good take on what can come after the Web 2.
Or Web 3.
Yeah, there's Web 3, but what is after Web 3? So how should the internet of the future look like?
Well, so a friend of mine, it was a couple of artists I know worked at the Apple Store for a while.
Okay.
So, you know, it's a pretty well-paying job, and then you do it half the week and you can still do your thing. They told me the number one problem with computers is passwords.
Yeah.
It's the single, and anyone here who is maybe 25 years old, you get a call from your parents, I can't get to my email, can you help me? Passwords is the major problem. If we always talk about what are NFTs, what is blockchain, it's all about passwords. That's all it is. Because passwords are your identity, and the whole thing is, if you lose your Facebook password or your Instagram password or your bank, there's a backup, you can call them, you can upload your ID, you can get back into your account. And in the decentralized web, because we don't want a company to control it, you lose your password, bye-bye. So if you have your life savings on a hardware wallet and you lose your password, bye-bye.
It's over.
Not coming back.
Yeah.
There's no bank that you can go with your passport and prove, it's me, I got locked out of my account, can you let me back in? And I think Web 4 will be when we move past passwords, and I don't know if that will be a corporate control or if that will be a communal control, open source. I don't know what the solution is, but the internet should behave like it should know that you're there somehow and then say, this is your stuff, don't worry. And so that to me would be Web 4.
Yeah. Sounds like a good idea, of course. Yeah. And do you guys have any other questions? Maybe regarding the exhibition, Rafael's websites or NFTs?
If you have questions, it's great. If you don't have questions, it's great too, because we can go relax.
Yeah, I think what is always just like a good thing to talk about is like how to transfer NFTs in a museum. Because we know, as I see Priska, who is also doing a lot of NFT works, and we here have like this institution and are now in the situation, together with you, of course, to not just like to translate your work, but to find a perfect way to present it.
Yeah.
And could you talk about that process a little bit?
You mean in general or specific to my work?
No, just in general, to work as an NFT artist together with an institution like Folkwang Museum.
Well, I really see the web, the digital as raw material. So when we think of raw material, you have a material and it can become many things. You have wood and it can become sculpture or a table or a house or a boat. And I see digital art also as raw material. It can become an exhibition or a book or an event. So that's really how I see it. I see it. Digital art to me has the properties of energy, and energy can flow in many ways. And in that sense, it's very different from material-based work.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. We have, still 35 people in the stream. Do you have any questions for us, especially for Rafael?
I think it's okay.
You think it's okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
If there were more questions,
Yeah, maybe we're a little bit behind the stream right here.
Oh, we got a question.
Yes.
Yeah. NFT art often looks simplistic. From Peter Attitube or Peter Attitube. Yeah. NFT art often looks simplistic. I don't mean it as a value judgment, but also the Horizons individuals are simple images. Is there something to that? That's just my personality. I think a lot of digital art goes to complexity, and especially AI-based systems. They tend to generate many options and tend to favor complexity, ornamentation, and storytelling in a complex manner with lots of elements. I've always liked simplicity. I think as long as I can remember being a child, my parents would take me to the museum even before I could talk, and I was drawn to colors and simplicity. Maybe all children are, and I just never grew up. I don't know if that's a nature or nurture thing, but perhaps the question of NFTs feeling simplistic, I think there's a speed to the online environment, and to stand out, maybe, and in a grid system, when you see lots of things, it does tend to work when things are brightly colored, lots of contrast, grabbing your attention. But it's also something that I've always liked, even before the internet, that growing up with cartoons and MTV and things like this, it's just, I like things that really emphasize the composition. So another part of reduction is that, to me, it's almost like a daily game of like, what can I reduce and how can I reduce even further. So it's I can't answer to why, but it's very clear that that's what my brain wants.
Yeah, thank you very much. Are there some other questions now from the chat?
Here we go. Thanks again. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Thank you, Carla. Carla was the amazing person who was able to paint these works. That
yeah, she did.
That kind of looked like a human couldn't do it, but she did it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Carla.
Yeah.
Okay, then. Guys, thank you very much for staying in, maybe just the whole day, like we were sitting here. Please feel free to also join tomorrow. You will find a link on our symposium page from the Museum Folkwang. And yeah, have a great Friday night, evening, whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Tschüss.
Tschüss.
We have to let them know it's done.